we go.
Here we go.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to Smudcast number 342. I'm worried about cancel culture part 2. This is the Noralities video from yesterday. It is a 46-minute video, and we are only half done. So it is, it's going to take some time. And we have a gigantic cast to cover this, so I don't know how long we're going to have tonight to go. Yesterday was 4 hours. That was pretty freaking long.
Yeah, I caught up with half of it.
Yeah, so
it's just I got to the part where suddenly Nazi stuff.
Oh, wow, you didn't even.
So yeah,
you didn't even get to the part where extra cast members showed up.
No. Yeah. It's just Western showed up.
So anyway,
it's just that I got 2 hours ago. I started and watched it on double speed, and wow, the ride.
Yeah, it was at double speed. I can't even figure out her words. We went to 1.5 speed. That was too fast. We had to slow it down to 1.25. We're going.
I watched you on double speed, which means I watched her even faster.
Oh my god! So I'm going to be cutting people off because it's just going to take way too long, and I know we have a lot to say. So I want you guys to obviously have a good time, but don't embellish and go back to a joke and go back to a joke or repeat yourself. Yeah. It's kind of like, all right, we get it. You're funny.
Yeah,
we love it.
I just TLDR on. She said it just in that first half of yesterday, of the first half. She said so many wrong things. Be glad I wasn't there, because you wouldn't have gotten to 25 minutes.
Well, I still feel like the worst part about the early half of the video is like the statistics that say completely different things from what she's saying.
Like she completely lied about them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and we don't need to make 50 different references to the fact that she draws gay porn today. We got that out of our system.
Gay porn
yesterday.
Of children.
Yes.
Anyway, so I'm going to try and keep people, quiet, not rambly. If that's a difference between quiet and rambly, I don't know. But I will try my best to get things moving. And I'm just rewinding because we skipped ahead at the end because she just kept talking about nonsense. But I wanted to just hear the tail end of her previous rant before she jumps into the actual topic, because it's going to get worse from here on in.
Was this the part where she started to talk about Jaws or something?
Yeah, about fiction affecting reality and all that.
Yeah,
we get it. It happens in reality.
Or where she made the straw man about people saying that fiction doesn't do anything or something, right?
Some bizarre argument that no one ever made I've ever heard. So let's just rewind 30 seconds. I'm going to play it from here, and we're not going to comment on it. I just want you guys to listen, just to see the tail. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, we skipped over this crazy shit. It's like, thank God. At the same time, it's nuts. And we should hear the nuts, just a taste, and then we'll move on. So here we go. 25 minutes and 50 seconds. Let's start.
On it or not, you may end up changing or affirming people's opinion on reality. No one is going to be omnipotent, obviously, but this is why it's so important to do research to avoid falling into certain negative tropes or pitfalls. But it's the authorial response to falling into these pitfalls that I think is so important, especially when it comes to how we view and decide to use cancel culture. Because even with the best of intentions, writers are not perfect, and sometimes they will make mistakes, not out of deliberate malicious intent, but just ignorance.
Okay, so yes, writers make mistakes. Thank you. That's fantastic. People are human. We're flawed. No story is perfect. Thank you so much. That's great. Let's continue.
It keeps going back to the argument about ignorance. Yeah. Like everything is just ignorance.
It sounds like she's implying that cancel culture is to be used upon ignorant people.
I guess. She likes it, apparently.
Well, it's like, the beginning of the video, it's just that she keeps saying, like, the only reason why people, like, disagree with you is because they're ignorant. They just don't know better. That's her thought process.
Yeah, we just don't understand her. We just fail to understand
what she's saying.
Yeah,
and
what she's going to say.
I do agree about one thing with her. That is that she is confusing.
Yes.
We are confused because she is confusing.
She's not going to say that you should cancel ignorant people. She's going to say that you should first try to educate them, and if they don't change whatever vague, problematic thing you talk to them about, that's when you start rolling out the cancel carpet there.
So she's not immediately throwing us into the gulag. That's nice of her.
Right.
Only if you refuse to believe.
Do you repent?
She just wants. She just thinks it would be a shame if something happened to your livelihood.
Yes, basically that. It's like that's a nice job you have there. It would be a shame if there was a Twitter mob calling your boss.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah.
So that's her stance on that. Let's continue. And then she changes topics, and this is where we are.
Adventure Zone, which is a Dungeons and Dragons podcast by the McElroy brothers and their dad, which I personally love. In one of the early arcs, the dungeon master, Griffin McElroy, accidentally stumbled into the bury your gaze trope, wherein one of his queer non-playable characters' story unfortunately ended in tragedy. And when
what is
people
that
online
trope?
told him about
The idea is, I guess, apparently gay people are not allowed to get happy endings. And so now, apparently now it means that every time a gay person dies, it's an example of bury your gays because you're not allowed to kill gay people.
I've never heard of that.
It's a silly trope. It's not.
It's a stupid trope.
I've played role-playing games for so long, in computer games and tabletop. I've never come across that.
I think, if I remember correctly, it was born out of the Hays Code, because I think something in the Hays Code, the comics code, however many years ago, said that you were allowed to have gay characters, but they weren't allowed to have happy endings.
Well, actually,
more than like a half a century ago, I think that was.
Well, yeah, I actually remember reading the entire code, like all the rules that you had for movies, and it wasn't that they couldn't have happy endings; you couldn't have them at all because it was considered.
Oh, was that it?
I think it was. I can't remember the exact words they used, but it was just bad to put in there, so you just couldn't have it.
Okay.
Anyway, it's not a big deal.
It's basically used today to mean that you killed a gay person in a story.
You mean you cancel?
The example she's using here, that character, like, it's just... I don't know if you're familiar with the Adventure Zone. I looked it up when she talked about it the last time I covered this video. It's like this guy turned his family's D&D campaigns into stories. And this one character died. That's it.
Okay.
Apparently a mob got asked
Nothing special.
Nothing relevant. Okay.
And a mob came after him and said, "You did a bad because you killed this character in your story."
Anyway, let's go.
about how kind of a loaded, shitty trope. He literally changed it and made efforts to not let that happen again. And he did, which he couldn't have done if he had been canceled over it. The problem with cancel culture is...
So let me see if I get this straight. She wanted to cancel this guy, but because he resolved his problems of not using a trope or a pattern in storytelling, like killing or dying, therefore he's okay. That is the...
Exactly.
Yes, so
he was strong-armed by the mob into changing his story, and that makes him okay, and you don't need to cancel him because he said he won't kill gay people after that.
The dumbest... If you guys ever read stories or book, maybe you don't read books or whatever, or D&D campaigns, 90 to 95% of your stories are going to be about death. Someone dying, someone about to die, killing someone, murder, whatever. All this is
now they're going to be about prom.
And not having a priest in your vicinity to cast resurrection.
Something. This is very, very common in all stories, all media. I don't care where you are in the country or where you are in the world, really. Death is very prominent. So to bitch about a gay guy dying or not dying is pointless.
Look at this quote. Look at how much this guy is stuttering in this quote, in this interview.
The poor guy is terrified.
Yeah, he's probably really intimidated.
I'm surprised the author wrote it.
Oh my gosh.
Usually you just write one.
These people are mobsters, and she admits to being a mobster.
Anyway.
They're basically pulling...
That concept, that trope of fridging women. Oh, God. That's not a trope. Gail Simone... I'm gonna go full Kaczynski right now and say that Gail Simone and her consequences have been a disaster for the comics industry.
The less we say about it, the better.
That's objectively true, though, Sir Axel. That is objectively true.
All right.
Yes.
Here's Bearserker 850. Noralities is just bigoted against 1,000-year-old Dragon Loli. Or she's jealous. I don't know. I really don't know.
I don't think so. She's jealous of the big-chested girls, like always.
Maybe. It's one of the two. I can't figure it out.
She wants in on that underage boy is what the problem is.
Yeah, that makes sense too.
All right.
That any possibility of growth, that because of something someone said or did, that they should be punished forever because the internet is timeless. It assumes that all problematic elements are created equally and have been intentionally created when often that is not true. Honestly, I'm not a fan of cancel culture as a whole because it is a complicated action that needs a careful case-by-case examination of each individual's circumstances. But it's often used as an almost automatic response to bully anyone for doing something you don't personally like. What I'm hopefully trying to get to the core of here is people shouldn't be canceled over just being ignorant or misinformed or because their work had an unpredictable effect on the people reading it.
Okay, so it's all right, just in certain circumstances. Thank you so much, you horrible person.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That's the point she is going to make here. She puts up a graph that shows when it's acceptable and when it's not acceptable. Like, that's going to be her main thrust. Her worry... Like, the reason she is worried is not because she thinks it's bad. The worry in the title of the video is that people she likes might get canceled. People on her side. That's all it is.
Oh, she herself, as it almost happened.
Yep. She gets canceled.
Yeah. That's all it is. It's all it ever is.
She wants that people are just cautious with it to only harm the people, targeted people she doesn't like.
Yeah.
Which is the whole problem of all despots, if you will, not just socialists and communists and fascists, is that they do not understand that the tools of oppression that they are implementing, and cancel culture is a tool of oppression, of actual oppression, that those tools will be used because they set them up, they invent them, implement them, that those tools will be used by their enemies, the adversaries, as well as the people who take power after them, if it is things like government programs, like data retention. Oh, suddenly the other party has access to that, and all this. For example, all the NSA surveillance data. But now they can surveil us. That wasn't planned. Yeah, but that's what happens. You put up a censorship model and legitimize that, legalize that, and then your enemy party power comes into power and they use it against you. That's the whole reason why. Sorry for using the word actual, but actual civil rights advocates and human rights advocates, like I did for 10 years. Argue against these kinds of tools on principle. Like, no one should have them. No one should build them. Because there is no one who will ever use them consciously.
Here is F. Cock Fitzgerald. Sorry, F. Cock Fitzgerald. Oh my God. She's like a tanky. It's okay when we do it. Colonialism is on when we do it. Cancel culture is okay when I say so. Jesus Christ, what a total narcissist. All the people giving her money on pattern should be ashamed of themselves.
Hey,
this is what you call despotism. It is arbitrary rule. And it's okay when I do it. It's not okay when you do it. Different rules for thee and for me. That is despotism.
She's the moral arbiter of what is online as good or evil. And only when I do it, it's good. And every other case is nuanced. It's like, oh, okay.
And you need to be a narcissist or psychopath to think that despotism is a good idea.
Anyway, this is a very
because you think you'll be in charge.
This is a very weird topic for her to state, but yeah, that's what she believes in. It's fine. Let's keep going.
In McElroy and in Peter Benchley's case, their actions were unintentional and they made efforts to undo the damage they had done. However, what do you do when an author
What damage
is
did Griffin
deliberately creating
McElroy
a
do?
work with malicious content or
None.
conduct when they have been informed of the harm that they are
Malicious content or conduct in a fictional story made to entertain. Are you fucking retarded? I'm sorry. This is the dumbest shit.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
what
reminded of-
qualifies as malicious
I've
content? Like if the bury your gays trope is damage, and you knowingly kill a gay character, is that malicious?
I can't.
I tell you what the equivalent
is.
In your story?
This is so
I tell
dumb.
you what the equivalent in that the historical equivalent is. Then that is the nasty videos, or as they call it, video nasties, on under which was the big censorship spout against horror movies and such, which The Evil Dead was one of them that fell under that axe, and there was a Puritan movement that said these are obscene things, these are bad things, they cause harm, nobody should ever watch this, nobody should ever be subjected to the existence of this shouldn't even exist in the first place. And people like Noralities on the far left are doing the exact thing that the Karens on the fundamentalist Christian right were doing. This is the exact same thing as censoring those movies.
Horseshoe Theory is a bitch, isn't it?
If you watch those interviews of these activists, they also say things like, "I don't actually need to watch this. I know what's in it. It should be banned. I don't need to watch it."
I just can't. Like,
they look exactly like the feminists with their problem glasses. They were just on the other side of the political aisle.
This is so childish and just insane that I very rarely get angry and swear it. But this is just like, you got to be a complete moron to say stuff like this seriously, and for the rest of us to go like, "What do you mean? Art is bad? Like, yeah, there's bad art out there. That's true. You don't like it? Oh darn. Oh, are you offended? Oh, so sorry, miss. Oh, what we're gonna do? Fuck all. Grow up."
And it's not that she's talking about bad quality. She is the subjectivist who complains about stuff she subjectively doesn't like.
Don't even attempt to talk about quality, the concept of value and positive and negative. No, forget about that.
No, I that's what I'm saying. She's not even talking about quality. I'm not even sure she can. She's only talking from a subjectivist standpoint of, there are things I don't like and they should be banned.
Wisp, you missed an even funnier part. Like at the beginning of this video, she talks about how like the people that disagree with her should watch this video with a critical lens.
I've seen that, yes. She's completely dismissive of everything and everyone, and I doubt she's aware that we actually did watch her entire video and not just one.
I've watched 3 of them completely.
The accusation, that's why she put it in the front. That probably nobody's going to watch this to the end, so I put it here. So well, what about us?
You know, the only thing she doesn't have is think of the children. Whenever she says the dragon loli is hurting someone, the pedos, I don't know, making pedos. What the fuck is she even saying? This is so dumb. And
she's hurting Baku.
A gay character died in a D&D game, so you're causing harm.
Yeah.
In real life. Because
in real life, yes.
Yeah, wow. Isn't that rather making us empathize with that character because he died a tragic death but wasn't a bad person?
Maybe. Possibly, and people die in stories.
Maybe this is like a future epiphany of hers again, where she suddenly realizes that gay people also die in real life.
What? Impossible.
Wow.
Immortal. How else could gay people still exist if they don't reproduce? And people like her want over 50% of the population to be gay so that there's parity. While we only have like 1 or 2, not even 2 children, because that's bad for the planet.
All right.
Insane, dude.
We have one more donation. Here's Tyler Preston. This is so goddamn funny that she's saying that cancel culture is okay as long as the person deserves it. Like how she's going to mention J.K. Rowling real soon, especially with how Joanna showed the death threats she received. Yeah, fantastic.
Her determination for what is okay is it has to be someone who does harm and isn't repentant for it. Whereas for someone like me, the only type of person who I would say you should quote unquote cancel would be like someone who commits an actual criminal act.
Like what, Ski?
And this is where she is on board. What you just described is that she is on board with the same logic that made the communists put thought criminals, people criticizing the regime for legitimate flaws, into gulags over actual criminals with whom the regime always excused with, oh, it's the circumstances that forced them to do this atrocious act. But the thought criminal, that's the real criminal in these people's minds because that's a decision. It's a conscious decision. We live in a perfect society, so why would you need to criticize it? You must be delusional.
Here is one more. Keep on going. Here's Cuck Noose for the donation. Her avatar, my lord, she's dressed like a homophobic Jesus camp counselor. On the topic...
That's amazing.
On the topic of her canceling stuff, the left didn't have double standards. They wouldn't have any standards at all.
Oof. I mean, it's like I keep saying. Yeah, no kidding. There's no point in trying to call them hypocrites because they don't care. Because they have complete double standards about it. It does not matter to them. They know. She's literally telling us there are no bad tactics. There are only bad targets.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is straight up movie Bob.
This is straight up evil. It's inherent despotism in each and every one of these activists.
Like, for you to believe that in that no bad tactics, only bad targets, then you have to be some kind of a sociopath.
It also reveals that these people have no qualms, that includes Antifa, because that's where the slogan comes from for the most part, is that these people have no qualms about using fascist strategies and tactics, because those are all means which are necessary to get to the goal, whatever that is. All means. That includes the fascist means. Which may explain why they come across as fascist in the end.
Yeah, either life is nuanced or it's not. If it's nuanced, then we have laws to dictate what nuance there is for that crime that was committed. So talk about the death of a gay man. Was it manslaughter? Was it murder? Yada, yada, yada. In the context of a fictional story. So again, we're always talking about fiction here and there. It's just bizarre shit. I just don't get it. Anyway, let's continue.
You're causing and still refuse to change. Well, that's when things start to get messy. Death of the Author.
Really doesn't get messy,
Death of the Author is a 1967 essay by Roland Barthes, which, to put it very simply, means that the authorial intent should have no impact on an audience's reading or interpretation of a text. Which, frankly, I think people have been over-employing this idea lately because it's easy.
It's true. It's accurate. It works.
And you can do both. You can look at the product without knowing anything about the author, which is good, and that shows whether the author. And then when you look up what the author actually intended, you can then check: did that actually work? Did the author convey the stuff that's in there? Or if you're confused about the topic, you can try to figure out, well, what made the author write this?
I don't need to know the author's
Those are different topics. Those are all different topics.
I can figure out the intent of a piece of media just by reading it or reviewing it. It's not hard.
Yeah.
It's really basic. Yeah. If you're watching a show like The Princess Bride, it's a fantasy story. It's a romance. It's action-adventure. That's it. Was it effective? I think so. I have reasons to believe so. You may not think so. You may think it's boring. You might think the sword fights are cheesy because the swords are bending. You could see that in slow motion. There's all kinds of reasons. There's all reasons to dislike The Princess Bride, as entertaining as it is. But I don't need to know the mindset or what the intention of the writer. It's not relevant, and it's not necessary.
I think you would need to know whether the author was intending to portray a particular message in a story, because you can't really examine whether or not that message is effectively delivered or
no. That's
comes across or...
No, you do, I do not need to have anyone telling me over my shoulder, by the way, I meant to do this. It's like, yeah, you suck at it. You're wrong. It's about Y, not X. I don't need someone to tell me that.
It's enough, but here we see another instance of her going arbitrary about how she employs a rule. Like, she will cite authors for or creators for mentioning a character as gay or trans after the fact. But she will dismiss the author or the creator if that is rejecting the idea that a character is gay, while she insists that, but the character is clearly gay-coded, so it must be gay.
Like
so
the
she's
Luca
picking
thing?
and choosing. She's cherry-picking as she wants.
The Luca thing is just ugh.
I figured that'd be down her alley.
It wouldn't surprise me.
I don't know. I don't follow her on any social media since I don't have a Tumblr anymore.
Well, it's just consistent with all her other behavior.
Right.
It would be,
I bet she has a block list on Twitter.
I mean, she doesn't have a Twitter. I think it would be consistent, but without knowing for sure that she thinks Luca's main characters are queer coded or whatever, then I don't want to start condemning her for that. But I mean, like I said, I would agree it would be consistent with her behavior in the past, but without knowing, I'm not going to comment.
I thought we watched something where she did that, but I may just conflate it with some other of these crazy women we keep
this
watching
is her
here.
newest. This is the newest of her very controversial videos, and this was before
she
it
hasn't
came
made
out.
anything like this since.
I think the only videos she's made since this were anime reviews.
Oh yeah, she has like Wisp. She made like a tier list for like her favorite animes, and a bunch of them are shonen, which is funny if you remember that she hates shonen.
Ironic.
I'm not surprised that she doesn't know how to
videos.
classify things. That's usually the case with these people.
Yeah, she started making those. She made that video because somebody asked her for a list of anime she recommends by women for women.
Wow.
So, if you're writing a list and that is not all anime for women, then I guess you're not very good at your job.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go.
Where's that empathy that they keep talking about when they need everything from women?
I mean, I've already, like I said, it's pretty clear she doesn't have any.
Yes.
All right, let's go.
Takes all of the responsibility off of the reader to do any further research or to examine a text outside of their own worldview. Much like canceling, I think death of the author cannot be used as a catch-all. It needs to be applied in a case-by-case basis.
No.
Like, H.P.
No.
Lovecraft was racist, even for
I
the time
don't
he
care.
was born in, but he's dead.
I
Buying or
don't
engaging in
care.
His work is probably going to be harmless. By buying or
So
reading
you
his
are
work,
now-
you
I
are
neither
not
care
giving
about
money
him
to
nor
a
his
person
cat.
who
I don't care if he's an immortal Cthulhu god. I don't care. It makes no difference.
It's going to his estate or whatever. You can read the text not knowing the name at Google at your own risk.
But like
Funny.
with what she's saying here, she's saying you can buy his work and read his work and consume his work without financially supporting him. But financial support or lack thereof has nothing to do with death of the author in the first place.
Is she supporting piracy of people she doesn't like?
Of corpses she doesn't like? I don't know. I don't care.
No, it's become clear enough that she thinks that if the author of something is problematic, then you can't enjoy the work at all.
Yeah.
She's going full Mother's Basement.
Oh God! Don't bring that. That guy is another meat case. He just this. this crazy assortment of maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't for 5 times over. It's just bullshit out the ass. I can't. These people are stupid. They're making arguments because they know the information of the background of someone they don't like, which has nothing to do, and she's even saying it herself, which has nothing to do with her enjoyment of the work.
And she, there's some other stupid shit she says later on regarding J.K. Rowling, but I'll wait until she gets there because it's next level dumb.
I don't need to read an essay by someone in the 70s to understand this concept of not giving a shit what other people think, including the creator of something.
And enjoy the iconic horror. But you may still end up surprised when confronted by racially loaded aspects that are in the text.
Foreign kind of disease brought from China.
Wow.
What is racist about that? That's literally the history of the human race. All the big pandemics, I think, except for 2, and they're the 2 smaller ones, they all originate from China. The Spanish flu, China. Black Death, I think, also China. Wonderful.
But even if that wasn't like actual history where that happened, why is it racist that somebody got a disease that came from China?
Yeah, it's the same with Samuel Clemens when he has certain terms which are Southern slang and he uses the N-word and this and that, and it's like that's a period he was writing in. That's how they talked. I'm not going to blame the guy for being how
it's
he is.
literally just like a geographical location of a disease. It has nothing to do with the people living there.
Yeah,
like the only argument you could make with like the diseases from China is because there's so many people living there, but this has nothing to do with them being Asian or Chinese.
You know what that reminds me of, except even dumber, is if you've ever seen the Best of the Worst Spotlight episode on The Last Vampire on Earth. When they talk about the girl in the movie having AIDS, she mentions in the movie that she got it from working with AIDS patients in Africa.
So?
And Mike says, so we're already getting really racist because all Africa. He's like, oh, so everyone in Africa has AIDS, which means we're already getting racist. And I remember watching that, and every time I've rewatched that episode, I'm like, wait, what? She got AIDS working with AIDS patients, so everyone in Africa has AIDS? What?
Oops.
I'm like, Mike, put down the booze for a second and think about what you just said.
It's always like this though, because they project the argument onto something that's no one even made that argument. Because she says a thing and he's like, "Oh, you mean everything?" Then it's like, no.
Can we roll it back
black and
to
white
when
thinking
she had
is
the text
common
on the
among
screen?
these people.
I want to see what it is she highlighted.
Sure.
But it's black and white thinking that's common with these
End
people.
up surprised when confronted by racially loaded acts.
Okay, so we have it was probably some kind of, before the big epidemic of 1846, it was probably some kind of foreign disease brought from China. I mean,
because it always leads back to China.
The real thing behind the way folks feel is simply race prejudice, and I don't say I'm blaming those that hold it. I hate those Innsmouth folks myself. Innsmouth is not a race.
That's an in-universe thing.
Is a town.
Yeah, he's just saying it's a town full.
What a lot of our New England ships used to have to do with queer ports in Africa, Asia, the South Seas, and everywhere else, and what queer kinds they sometimes brought back with them.
Queer in this sense means odd and strange.
That's the thing though, because like when. Yeah, but she probably thinks it means like gay people or something. But like
she thinks he's generalizing people from Africa, Asia, and the set.
Yeah, but like in the context it was used back then, it literally just means odd people.
Sure, but I mean,
it has nothing to do with like the queer we use today.
No, I understand that. The speaker here is probably saying that they're queer because they're foreign.
Yeah, and this is direct speech.
the character being xenophobic. That doesn't mean the story is xenophobic. But
from this alone, you couldn't from the character being xenophobic, for example, you could not instantly derive that the author is.
No.
Yeah, it's like I guess we just aren't allowed to make like racist characters because it automatically means you are racist too because you wrote them, I guess.
Yeah, but that's what SJWs do. They insist that the villains adhere to the woke code. They can be genocidal, but they have to be feminists.
All right.
Like it's worse if they're somehow misogynistic than if they're genocidal.
Oh, there actually was a cholera pandemic in 1846.
Oh.
And it came from India, not China. But
the character says "or somewhere," and further down she also highlights the Chinese wife. That is just why do you highlight that? Someone has a Chinese wife. Someone has a Chinese wife. What's the point?
Well, because the speaker is calling the Chinese wife a queer sort of person in the context of this sentence. So she's saying that it's racist. Yeah. I would call it paranoid and xenophobic. But
yes, this is what they would term problematic because they don't know what it means because they have their own attenuation to these words. Then you're like, dude, they were not racist in that context, the way you're referring to. They're just describing someone from China.
Ironically enough, she just talked about seeing the world from someone else's worldview, ideology, or whatever. And here she herself shows that she's incapable of that. And
I go over that several times yesterday.
Yeah, and one more core thing about this is the about the Innsmouth folks. That is, if you live in rural areas and venture from village to village, you will notice, especially in older times, but even today still, you go from village to village and you notice that every village, the people look a little bit samey, but different from the other village, and the next village and the next, because that's just centuries of light. So very, very, very not direct, but like over several generations inbreeding, because you have all these little populations. And for the Innsmouth folks, that is the same thing, only that they look even weirder and hideous because it turns out they're actually fish people.
Yes. And in this case, now the first quote about it being a foreign disease brought from China or somewhere by the shipping, I mean, I guess it could be racist to assume that it came from China or somewhere, but if it's a port town and a pandemic or a big disease wiped out the population, it's probably pretty fair to assume it came from somewhere that they shipped from into the port. That's actually a very common way for disease to spread, is by way of ocean shipping.
Yeah, that's how Corona got to Europe.
It's a natural assumption.
That's actually a very fair assumption to make, that if a pandemic ravaged this town, it probably came from overseas.
So
which is why probably when you have a pandemic going on, you close the fucking borders.
Well, I wouldn't call this...
And if you've ever played that game, you do too.
I wouldn't call this a problem of like her own ethnocentrism, meaning she only sees things the way that she believes they are. This is a matter of her just being bloody ignorant. Like she's just so...
Yeah.
Like this is so dumb. Like I don't care how the hell H.P. Lovecraft wrote. This is not racist. This is not a bad... Even if it were racist, this is not a bad thing to have racist characters in your stories.
Yeah, and this part definitely isn't racist.
No. So anyway.
Yeah, and like again, a character making this assumption does not reflect on H.P. Lovecraft. Now, H.P. Lovecraft was, as far as we can tell, extremely paranoid, and
yes,
I'm pretty sure he was schizophrenic.
He's had a horrible childhood.
If he was, it was likely not diagnosed.
So the type of writing he did was due to a life of well, as you say, being paranoid and being disgusted by absolutely everything.
All right, here's Taker 610. China plaguing the Earth since time immemorial.
Earth pride.
All right,
let's
go.
I don't know.
Text. And I guess if I'm talking about Death of the Author, then I also have to mention trolling, which I know.
No, you don't.
I am also sick of hearing you talking about this. I promise.
And don't talk about
If
her.
you just examine the text of Harry Potter, you're not going to find anything really offensive in there. In hindsight, there are
Except
some interesting things
slavery.
worth noting, like the stairs to the Gryffindor girls' dorm forcibly denying entry to any biological male students, which would that exclude trans women and non-binary folks?
shut
if
up.
It's only going by biological gender. And
I
there's
don't
no
do I
non-gender
go on a rant here?
Wait a what the frickin'?
I don't think J.K. Rowling was thinking about that.
Yeah.
And even if J.K. Rowling was thinking about that, I don't think Godric Gryffindor was thinking about that 1,000 years before the events of the book.
Okay,
Here's something that is. I'm gonna let you go in a bit, Chris, just I want to say this real quick. Here's something that is probably gonna blow her mind. What if these things don't exist in the Harry Potter universe? Wow.
No,
Imagine that things don't have to exist the same way
Yeah.
they do in real life.
Yeah, I have another answer to that. What if, similar to Star Trek, this is a solved problem because we have magic?
Yeah. What if it's not an issue anymore? What if
there's
the
a-
trans people are like already girls or men?
Yeah, if you have a sex change spell, it probably works better than the stupid medical half-assed bullshit that we have.
Or what if
The non-binary thing is not an issue because that's not a real condition. That's just delusional nonsense of narcissists.
And the text of the book, as far as I know, says, I don't think the boys are allowed into the girls' dormitories. It doesn't say the biological males are not allowed into the girls' dormitories. In context, maybe the magical enchantment placed on the dorm can tell the difference. I don't know. It's not important.
Well,
why is this something that you think about? The bad part is
it's a magical world where allegedly they make the poop disappear because they didn't have toilets.
All right, well...
Why do you think they don't have sex change spells to solve this problem? This is not the problem in that world,
The main
period.
problem is she's using Final Fantasy Tactics characters, and I find that offensive, so we're going to keep going.
and the main issue with those dorms is that they're sexist because they let the girls into the boys' rooms but not the other way around. That's the problem.
I found it odd that she has a problem with this when it's like I don't understand why but trans children can't go into the biological, I guess using her term, biological girls' room, and biological or trans women can't go into the biological boys' room. But why doesn't she have an issue with this in the anime? Apparently, one of her favorite toilet-bound Hanukkah cone, which is all the girls have to go into the girls' restroom in the Japanese schools, and all the boys have to go into the boys' restroom, and it doesn't say anything about including
double standard. Oh no!
And right now, and I love right now she's complaining that there's no gender-neutral term to refer to a magical person.
A mage is pretty gender neutral. I'm not going.
But they don't use that in Harry Potter. In Harry Potter, it's either
but
witch or
it's
wizard.
almost like by the time those terms were created, all this gender nonsense didn't even cross their minds yet because they didn't believe in that.
All right.
Like obviously it's gender because there was no fucking non-binaries in the medieval times.
Okay. Here's HP Lovecraft's cat. The donation. Wisp.
Oh, what's your name?
Yeah, what's his name, Smut?
That's the name. That's the nickname.
I know. I'm asking.
Yeah,
the
but
donator,
we're asking
what's your
you,
name, HP Lovecraft's cat?
Oh, you're asking
anyway.
me.
I'm asking the donor.
Oh, okay.
Anyway.
All right.
Ginger man.
Wisp, I'm hurt to hear you don't care about me on the topic. Anybody else getting Lindsay Ellis vibes from this bitch? About canceling and whatnot.
Yes.
Also, this woman is dumb. If she was a man, she would have studied for the prostate exam.
Oh God.
Oh no.
I only don't care about your name. You're probably a very nice, horrible cat like all cats are.
A nice, horrible cat, yes.
A nice, awful cat.
Yeah. And what was Noralities' point where that, Rowling just didn't think about it when she wrote that? Was that her point? The non-binary stuff? Because when she wrote that, the left didn't have pushed any of this shit into the public yet.
She's about to say, like, now that she knows that J.K. Rowling is a TERF, which she's not.
She's not. I'm trans and I'm saying J.K. Rowling is not a TERF.
Means something. The R is part of the phrase. J.K. Rowling is about the most milquetoast liberal feminist in the world.
She's also not trans exclusionary.
All right.
She's bullshit exclusionary.
Let's go. Let's go.
Non-gender or magical person, only the binary witch or wizard. Knowing nothing of J.K. Rowling's personal opinions, you could probably enjoy Harry Potter guilt-free. However, you would have had to have been living under a rock to have not heard about her recent transphobic tweets that started as late back as December in 2019.
Oh, shut up! There's no such thing as gender neutral.
Down in June of 2020.
People.
Because that was what we needed in June.
Because that was what we stopped doing the voice.
That she would be on their side if they were being discriminated against. What do you mean if?
She means if. That's what she means. If they're being discriminated against. Saying things on Twitter is not discriminating against them. Which she's about to say. She's saying, you're doing it right now. No, she's not. She's writing things on Twitter.
Where are we right now? Because this is going too fast.
31:10 for me.
I know the timestamp. I mean, what the fuck is she displaying on screen? And what's
these are
tweets. The tweets.
This is J.K. Rowling saying, I'll stand with you if you're being discriminated against.
Yeah.
It's the thing where she complains because she said if you're being discriminated.
Yeah, she's like,
even though that's like completely normal thing to say.
An okay condition.
She's saying if, and she's about to say that's what you're doing right now.
Right.
She's not.
This is semantics. Right, let's continue. It's pointless. There's no reason to argue this. Okay.
You are literally discriminating against them right now on the basis of them being trans.
No, she's
not. She's not doing that.
I'm not going to unpack everything she said.
I'm sorry. This is too. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is too fast. There's
speaking
too much noise. I can't follow. I don't know what she just said.
All right, roll it back.
Speaking of Lindsay.
There you go.
As I will please, close of whatever he likes, even when any consenting adult you have, force women out of their jobs for stating that sex is real. Yeah, this is not a transphobic tweet at all. This is just basic reality.
She's making complete sense, and I don't even like her.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of her writing because I think
she's
it's
not
subpar.
She's not saying anything
this is
wrong
nothing.
here.
There's nothing bad here. And yes, sex is real. There are two sexes. End of story. And gender is a made-up bullshit. And I'm saying that I have the fucking medical condition that these assholes are trying to erase because it doesn't fit their fantasy narrative, because then they can't claim to have it, because we can actually diagnose this, and hopefully soon will as a standard with brain scans, because you can accurately predict whether someone actually has the fucking condition of gender dysphoria or not by a brain scan, because we have anomalous brain development. Some areas are bigger or smaller than they should be, and that is, interestingly enough, not in the direction of the other sex, but rather exaggerated. Like for there's some limbic areas, for example, for trans women, like biological men, that are bigger than they are for men, and those areas are smaller in women and even smaller in trans men. That means biological women with gender dysphoria.
All right.
And thanks to these things, we can make these predictions. This is a biological issue, not something you choose. And there is no such thing as a third gender or a neutral gender. Those things don't exist. And especially we never needed that and are not calling for it. It's only these fucking assholes with Münchhausen syndrome.
# only two genders.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Let's go.
So J.K. Rowling is not transphobic. She's actually the one speaking the truth. If anyone's transphobic, it's Noralities for spouting pseudoscience bullshit that harms us and people who do not have the condition but believe to have it, because those people then, with their false diagnosis, these false positives, then get transitional treatment, then realize, oh, what a big mistake, get depressed and suicidal, kill themselves, and they are then added to our suicide stats, when in reality they should have been added to malpractice from misdiagnosis.
Yep.
All right.
Oof.
Let's go.
Cases of them being trans. I'm not going to unpack everything she said. That's not what this video is about. If you want to know more, Lindsay Ellis and ContraPoints have both.
Idiots. These people are absolute idiots.
Being a trans exclusionary radical feminist.
She's
using
not.
her platform of millions of people to demonize trans women.
She's
by
not.
doing this, by spewing hate speech towards trans people under the
It's not hate
veiled
speech, it's
guise of
reality.
scientific evidence and feminism. She is putting a marginalized group who are.
No, she's
You're
not.
retarded.
Noralities,
You're
you
so
are the one.
stupid.
You are the one spouting misinformation. You, ContraPoints, and Lindsay Ellis. You are spouting bullshit, pseudoscience, and fetishism. Nothing J.K. Rowling says here is wrong. Thank you.
What the hell is that?
The dog is
I think the dog is angry too.
And
it's like I said, J.K. Rowling still is not doing anything.
Jesus, even Noralities is pissing off the dog.
She hasn't done anything here. This is things that she wrote on Twitter. She said some things. She's not doing anything.
Like, just having these, tweeting out some tweets is not gonna harm anybody. You absolute brainlet.
Words are not violent. Shut up. It doesn't hurt anyone. It's just a word.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Like, words only have the meaning that you give them. If you choose to be, and that's what it is, you choose to be offended by words. The words aren't offensive from the get-go. Which is exactly why if you choose to not be offended, all these words will lose their meaning. But you keep, like, choosing to be offended by everything, so it keeps getting dumber and dumber.
I think what she's, trying to say is that by virtue of J.K. Rowling saying, I guess, these things, and
objective reality.
Right, exactly. And because she has such a huge following, she believes leads people to attack trans people, and so it is therefore J.K. Rowling's fault. And I've always found this argument to be just a dangerous way of thinking, because it takes responsibility off of the individuals that actually do cause harm. If they decide that, hey, I read J.K. Rowling's tweet, and for some reason that what she said made me want to go and, I don't know, attack a trans person. Like, I would much rather you call that person out than J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling.
We even touched on this in the last video, because it's like she seems to ignore the fact that literally anything can inspire someone to do something.
Exactly.
Like, you have no control over this. Like I said, the stupid argument with then someone can, like, go on a killing spree and say, "Oh, I watched Shrek and it's because of Shrek." It's like that.
It sounds like an argument I hear from religious fundamentalists of a certain religion that say, "Oh, I couldn't control myself. It was the devil possessing me, or God was making me do it, and the angels didn't protect me."
No, you're making up bullshit excuses.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. Yeah. This is all that is. And we've had these tweets of J.K. Rowling on pause now for a while. And if someone tell me what is wrong about these, or what is transphobic about them, because if sex isn't real, Noralities, why are you only fapping off to boys having sexual intercourse with each other? Isn't that kind of transphobic of you?
All right.
And heterophobic.
Here's Tyler Preston.
And misogynistic.
Here's Tyler Preston. Witch is a gender-neutral term. It refers to both men and women. Sure, male witches are usually called warlocks, but they are basically the same thing. The same thing applies to wizards, although wizard also means wise man. So depending on the world you create in your fiction, You could have words like witches and wizards mean whatever the hell you want them to, and that's fine. You could do that.
Originally, the witches were, before they were slandered by the church, the wise women of the Celts and the Germanic people, because it's a slightly different culture. But essentially, they were the bearers of the culture, of the knowledge after the druids and bards were hunted down, and so they were then essentially the wise women, which were then later called witches for slander. That's at least the how I remember it.
Isn't sorcerer a neutral term?
Sorcerer is something else.
Anyway,
I guess. Or magician.
There are actual terms in D&D and other various fictional stories.
D&D is not exactly on point with the original etymology of these words. That's
Sure.
they're a bit tricky. They have similar sources, overlapping meanings, and it's complicated.
It's the same terms with Rowling. She popularized these concepts from her stories, so that's what people associate when they think of wizard. They think of Harry Potter, even though other people have read books and played games where wizard is a very different thing. So anyway, not important. You can create any term you like and use it in your stories. It's fine.
But yeah, to add Tuna's point earlier, this is like saying Catcher in the Rye should be banned because that guy who shot John Lennon said it inspired him to do it. It's like, this is just idiotic argumentation.
No. Well, they would make the point that the author was a pedophile, probably. So, which he loved younger girls. That's true. He married several.
Oh,
Cancel Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. They were racist, and Engels was a pedophile. Cancel Engels.
Cancel all of them. Okay. Anyway, let's go.
Cancel Che Guevara. He was a homophobe.
Moving on.
Let's go.
Vulnerable position more at risk. Statistically, trans women were already
Shut up.
be victims of assault because of transphobia.
No.
Bullshit.
J.K. Rowling's
More likely than what?
Normal assault? I don't know.
Yeah, they always say more likely to be assaulted. More likely than what? Than a man? Than a woman?
She's leaving out a lot of context here. For one, these assaults happen when the pre-op trans woman does not disclose to her date what's actually between her legs until they hit the sack. That usually leads to quite a confusing panic reaction, which is completely understandable.
How do they even get these stats though? Like, do they ask the people that assault? Like,
secondly, what she leaves out, as the text down there mentions Black and Latino trans women. I'm not pronouncing that newspeak bullshit. The thing with Black trans women being targeted, she does not say by whom, because that is in over 96% of all cases by Black men.
Yep.
The killers,
the same community.
Black trans women, Noralities, listen closely. The killers of Black trans women are Black men. Almost entirely.
And I don't think Black men are taking their marching orders from J.K. Rowling.
No, so maybe there is a problem of your horrible demon transphobia in the Black community that you refuse to ever criticize.
Oh, wow.
Fucking hell!
I was about to say also hashtag.
Stop kicking your dog.
A racial slur.
Anyway,
sorry.
I agree with the dog.
Okay.
Like, this is, look at this. 2020 has seen 44 transgender or gender non-conforming people fatally shot or killed by other violent means. So
does that include suicide?
Well, first of all, where? Is that worldwide? Is that in the United States? Is that in England? What?
Is that in
44?
Chicago?
Where? And second, again, she says this is more likely. More likely than what? Because the last time I looked, which it's been a while, but the last time I looked, trans people were less likely to be murdered than cis people are.
Well, this is the beginning of 2020, so after March, crime worldwide took a dive because no one was going out, no one was buying and selling.
Except for those burning cities, we don't count them into crime. Do we?
We don't talk about those. Those are peaceful fires. They were just save points for the Dark Souls players.
But again, and even so,
peaceful killings. Yes.
Even if I'm willing to grant her numbers here, and even grant that they're because of transphobia specifically, and not just like if it's majority Black and Latino trans people being killed, I'm not really willing to concede that it's entirely hate based, and so not born out of random violence.
What if it's like crime related? What if it was like a gang violence?
Yeah, that's
or
what
something?
I mean. And even if I grant all of this to her, this is not J.K. Rowling's fault.
No,
because that's the wider point
That's
she's trying to
retarded.
make here while she's talking about how at-risk trans people are, is that J.K. Rowling is actively harming the trans community, making things harder for them by saying things on Twitter.
May I ask, because this fits the context. Ow! What the fuck?
From England.
Dude. Because this fits with the context very well here. Noralities is for cancel culture if it hits the right target, and here she's virtue signaling for trans people. However, if trans people do not align with the insane politics and pseudoscientific beliefs of the radical left, they get ostracized, cancelled, and targeted, sometimes violently, sometimes psychologically, to drive them into suicide. That's people. That's Norality's side.
Like I'm friends with people who don't believe in all this stuff, and they're trans. Like, it's just they say they get the most harassment from the other people in the LGBT community. It's insane.
Yes, we're basically ostracized from this whole rainbow shit. Honestly, most of the trans people I know that reject all this insanity that they claim about us, that doesn't help us. None of the stuff they claim helps us. It just makes people despise us more, or make people fear us even, because this is some trans woman might explode any moment if I say the wrong word. And people are often really relieved when they learn that there are sane versions of you people that oppose all this crap, and all these types do not go to these rainbow parades.
All right,
we stay away from them.
All right, let's keep going.
Yeah.
Are normalized behavior to millions of people. Between 2019 and 2020, anti-trans hate crimes have increased 6% according to the UK's Home Office. This surge can be attributed to an increase in reporting, but it is also influenced by the increasing hostility in UK-wide media towards trans identity and communities.
Do you have any idea how actually transphobic the Islamists are? We have that on camera where entire mobs are following and trying to beat up trans women in the West, in the UK, in Germany. We have all that on tape.
Now, I just want to say, I said this the last time I covered her video. If you actually read what she quoted there about how the increase could be attributed to increased reporting, but is also attributed to increasing hostility, if you read that quote, the increase being attributed to increased hostility is not from the UK's Home Office. It's from the organization that tabulates those statistics, or from the organization being quoted here. And I don't remember the name of the organization off the top of my head, but it's an international trans and gay advocacy organization.
So it's a biased group.
All we have is their opinion that this is the reason for this increase occurring.
So once again,
that it's because of increasing hostility. And like you said, Wisp, The increasing hostility is probably less to do with J.K. Rowling and a little bit more to do with the refugees that have been taken in the last several years, who come from a culture where trans acceptance is not high on the priority list, shall we say.
If at all.
I cannot support her. To be clear, I am not going to harass her. I'm just not going to engage with anything she makes. And I'm not going to spend money on her work because one of the charities she supports could be anti-trans, and I don't want to even indirectly contribute to harming trans people. I loved Harry Potter as a child.
So a charity is going to hurt people. That's brilliant. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, this is the same thing. This is the same thing why they recently did the cancellation with the Five Nights at Freddy's guy, because he donated to Republicans.
The whole thing that he donated to a certain campaign thing that Scott was not apologetic about it at all.
Rigby, please mute yourself while you fix your mic.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
And
it's the whole thing that
Thank you.
The whole thing that came out about Scott Cawthon supporting that Republican campaign and being completely unapologetic about it because he's not going to bend the knee. And
then they canceled him anyways.
They canceled him, but that's not the reason he retired, because he was going to retire anyway.
Yep.
Yeah.
But these morons completely spinning it as though, the cancellation is what forced him to retire. No, he was going to do that already.
And
I mean, he's got so much fuck you money. He'll be fine for years to come.
And it's like, even he said it. It's like his money. He's gonna do with it how he damn well pleases.
And this is the whole thing here. She refuses to engage with Harry Potter in any way because
of that one Twitter thread.
J.K. Rowling might give money to a charity that might potentially be anti-trans, and she knows this because J.K. Rowling wrote a couple things on Twitter.
Being SJW must be a miserable existence.
Okay.
That's the kind of thing could very well be a 1 in a million time.
All right. If she wants to not read a book, I don't care. Let's just move on. This is such a moot point.
This is a hypothetical question.
It's
if I founded an NGO for trans people about the actual science, the actual condition, and educating, enlightening about the actual stuff behind it. That is not the radical left magical narrative that is akin to Lysenkoism.
Yeah,
and J.K. Rowling would donate to me.
Yeah, it's the hoops that you have to jump through to have this kind of thought process.
She probably would say that you're right wing or something. Yeah, because you don't follow the narrative.
She would call my actual trans advocacy group
right wing, far right. Yeah.
Yeah. We'd be Nazi trannies or something.
It's the memes that are said in the last video with the blackface the blackface Nazi lolly that points at the Kobayashi drag maid and says I love pedophilia or something.
What?
What was that about?
That was toward the end, but it was.
Don't worry, it's just a meme. Okay. We'll get that later. Anyway, let's go.
It was a meme.
Yeah.
But I'm not a anymore, and I care more about trans rights than I do about.
No, you don't.
Give me one trans right that you care about. I want to know one.
Yeah. What rights do we not have that normal human beings have?
Tell me. She's not a child anymore. X to fucking doubt.
Because I've looked them up. I've looked up the Charter of Human Rights. I looked up my own constitution here in Germany, the fucked up Swiss cheese bullshit. And tell me what rights I do not have.
Yes,
please.
It's never
you
anything
don't have
beyond
the right.
vague the right to feel safe or.
Once you look into it and realize that there's literally no difference in rights between normal people and the Pride community, it begs the question of what exactly is it you're fighting for?
They want privileges.
They
want privileges. They don't want rights. They want privileges.
Exactly.
And the most concrete the most concrete example I can ever get out of any of them is that people who commit murder are allowed to use the trans panic defense in court, and they don't want them to be allowed to use that defense. Only I've never actually been able to find an example of it being successfully used to get you off for murder. People have used it. I've never seen an example of it being used to actually get someone off for murder.
What these people are really after is not rights, because they have just as many rights as any normal person.
The trans panic defense.
They want to be treated better than everyone else.
The defense for the trans panic would be the similar thing like pleading temporary insanity. It's stupid defense. It doesn't work.
And for in regards to the rights, or rather privileges that I want to have, there are certain things that are part of the transitioning process. For example, that is like the legal changing of your sex on your ID, depending on your on a country. Like in Germany, we have national IDs that are mandatory. And changing your name, that is not something for free here. Other countries just do that on a whim. In Germany, that's not the case. You even have to pay. You have to have legitimate reason to change your name. For example, a witness protection program where you change your identity. But still, you have to change. You have to pay for every symbol of the name that is changed. So every letter you delete, or every letter you switch, or every letter you add, costs extra. At least that was the case back then. It also costs a fee of 1,300 euros. So that's quite a lot. But there are other hoops. And personally, I agree that there should be limitations and hoops to get through. I don't agree with all of them, but I agree with the general amount of them. That includes the hoops you need to get through for diagnosis. Like in Germany, there's still this forced cross-dressing for a year, which does not deter any cross-dresser from getting through it, because it's a test of determination. Whether you really want this and can stand with going through that. People with actual gender dysphoria, they shy away from that because they have some actual self-reflection and get the fuck embarrassed about it, because they have a sense of aesthetics, and they know that they look pre hormones and certain operations look like shit, and that's embarrassing. That's undignified as hell. So that hoop rather deters, because back in the day they didn't know what else to do, so they put in some things like this. It seemed sensible at the time, but it deters actual gender dysphorics from seeking therapy or transitional means, but it doesn't deter the fetishists, the narcissists, the Münchhausens, because they are completely fine with making fools out of themselves, because they don't even recognize that they're making fools out of themselves. They want the attention, even when it's negative attention.
Okay, here's Taker 610. Wisp, they can't identify and appeal to who is actually responsible for these awful crimes. That would create bad stereotypes. Instead, they blame JK. That's the popular outlet, and I don't think they blame her for the crimes. They just see her as a problem because she has a big megaphone to talk about sensible things when she talks about sexism or feminism, which I don't see her as a very radical feminist. She hasn't said too many crazy things. Regards to feminism, at least. I don't think she's third wave. I think she's original, I believe, in the sense of the word.
She's very, very milquetoast.
Yeah, I don't know what flavor, but it's very liberal-minded.
Radical feminism is usually, that's like real, like, man-hating women's
radical feminism is the screechy feminism.
And something I've noticed, by the way, is that rad femmes, you never need to guess, because they will always tell you that they are rad femmes.
Okay.
With rad femmes, it's blatantly obvious.
Yeah, and that misandry is also very, very blatant. And I agree with the super chat. They cannot They cannot identify. They know who is responsible, but they cannot say it. Like with the who's responsible for the death of the black trans women. They can't say it because it destroys the narrative. So they acknowledge it's a problem because they can exploit that, but they omit who is responsible. So they can just blame it on cis hetero white patriarchy or some bullshit like that. And in regards to the privileges that they want, so I brought up this example. They want free name changes, for example, to any bullshit, any made up bullshit, and they want self-identification to be valid. To gain them anything, they reject official diagnostics. Because that is actually in the way of their bullshit. Because they know they don't actually have these conditions. They know they wouldn't survive, in quotation marks, the diagnostic process. That's why they want to get rid of it. Because that's why they call diagnostics and differential diagnosis gatekeeping. That's what that's where the real problems lie with what they call gatekeeping. It keeps them from feeling validated in their fantasies and delusions.
All right,
because the whole process is about questioning: do you have this for real? And they never want to hear that because they know they fall apart.
Which will make me happy the day it's actually enforced, like majorly enforced on people that clearly are bypassing the system.
Anyway.
Yeah, this is what happens when you just don't when you don't tell your kids no.
Okay, here is the Mechanist. We'll get back to the video. Did Lovecraft get his cat when he was 5 years old? That is correct. Yeah, it's a little bit of trivia in case you guys didn't know.
That is true.
Yep. He also wasn't the one that actually named the cat.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
It wasn't him who named it that. He just didn't change the name because out of respect for his family. And because he loved the cat.
Understandable.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
All right, so hopefully I'm starting to make my point clear here about why this is so important. Why the decision to use cancel culture is a spectrum.
It's more blurred than ever.
It's a spectrum.
If you think about it as a line chart,
yep,
then dead people would be in the middle. Like, nothing is
here we go.
What?
Cancel them.
Yeah,
dead
enjoy their work, but you may want to know ahead of time if they were an
hell?
asshole, just so you weren't surprised by it. And on the far left, I would put people who literally have done nothing wrong. And then next to that, I would put people who did a bad thing, but unintentionally, and they tried to fix it afterwards. Griffin McElroy and Peter Benchley would be here. Oh, and also Nintendo during the Jinx controversy and the Porygon episode accidentally triggered seizures. Like they messed up, but
wait. That was
Nintendo.
Oh my God, everything is wrong.
Jinx, where I get to have my big take.
Jinx
my
based
God.
on a black person. She's based on a yokai from Japanese mythology, for Christ's sake.
It's a yokai. It's not a black person. I agree with the dog.
At the time, Japanese probably didn't even know what black people are.
Or black person was.
No, they did. It's just they tried to reference a different thing and didn't think it through.
Oh, also, did you notice that when she's mentioning her scale, she says the people on the far left side are good. A little bit of Freudian slip there, eh?
This is
also the off mention of the Porygon episode that stayed in Japan has nothing to do with any of this.
This is like, hey guys, it's okay to do stupid shit online, but here's the way to do it. You're like, oh my God.
Also, the quick reminder: cancel culture is the deliberate destruction of a life because of someone whose opinion you don't like.
Yeah, I remember when I was...
This is about, in the end, cancel culture is about depriving you of all resources. That means your bank account, which means your ability to pay rent, your ability to buy food, your ability to get water.
Your ability to live.
Yes.
Yeah, it deprives you from life.
Cancel culture is about killing you. That's what it is. Noralities, that's what you're arguing for.
So what the hell does the Porygon shit have to do with any of this? Zero.
Nothing.
Because people told Nintendo that it was, or because Nintendo pulled it after it gave kids seizures.
Yeah, okay, for context, that episode introduced Porygon, obviously. The reason why it happened wasn't even the Porygon itself. It was Pikachu like thunderbolting a rocket.
Lightning.
I would like to.
No, but the point is not. The point is that it gave kids seizures, and then
it gave
called
them
for
seizures,
them to
so they
pull
had
it
to pull it.
because of that. But like that is not related. Nintendo was not expressing some opinion or putting in something like with Jinx that people complained about. It was that's the equivalent of a product recall because kids started choking on it.
Yes, there wasn't any. It was basically an animation error due to ignorance. And on that note,
not an error, but it just they didn't realize it would have that effect.
Yes, that's what I mean. Ignorance. If you know about it, you don't.
Ignorance, not an error.
May I finish?
Sorry, go ahead.
This is because this photosensitivity stuff is kind of affecting me too, because I'm a fucking snowflake apparently physiologically. I'm physiologically a snowflake. Which pisses me off, by the way. So they did that out of ignorance because they didn't know what it would actually do. They just thought, it's a good effect, we need to display the lightning. This happens when you make a full white flash on the screen, then have your normal picture, full white flash, like complete white, and back and forth, and that's a strobe light effect. If you have contrasting things on the screen, it's not as bad. What pisses me off about this is two things. Number one, even in the German media, in the German state news, they bullshitted the populace about video game companies are now going to add seizure warnings into their manuals and stuff, and those were always there.
They were always there, and pretty much no one complained that there were any warnings about anything.
Yeah, and that is when I, as a kid, learned that the newsman is full of shit. I can't trust him. I don't remember how old I was. 8, 9, 10, something like that. And I knew the newsman is talking shit because I, at my fucking age, my one-digit age, know better than this idiot. So the news, I learned the news is lying to me.
So basically, that was your equivalent of Jack Thompson over here for us.
Yep.
I don't know what that is, but probably.
He's a lunatic trying to get GTA.
He's the video game violence guy.
Yeah,
okay.
That guy.
Yeah, the main
we had Christian Pfeiffer for that. It's a joke about Christian Pfeiffer. Aiden Paladin referenced him once, and we had to clear up that. Look into his studies, please. He's full of shit. Or maybe it was Dr. Lehman. I don't remember. One of the two. Anyway, the second thing that I have a problem with is that you complain Noralities. You mention the seizure issue of the Pokemon episode.
Yes.
US cinema, movies and series to this day are pulling this shit without warnings, mind you.
Yes.
The whole Rise of Skywalker trailer in the cinema with the stupid Exegol scenes made by J.J. Abrams, who's just into all the flashy shit. That fucking shit gave me a migraine for the rest of the movie. I don't remember what I was actually watching. But the trailer, I fucking had a migraine for the rest of the fucking movie that came after it.
It's probably a good thing.
Yes.
No, migraines are not good things. Doesn't matter what I watch afterwards. It was sneak peek stuff, so it could be good, could be bad. The thing is, when Amazon took over The Expanse, I think it was in season 5, when it opens with a space chase fire scene, and they do the same shit, full bright flashes, triggers photosensitivity.
For a lot
and I thought, like, you fucking assholes, virtue signal in your fucking movies and your fucking shows, because The Expanse does that as well, but you don't give a fucking shit about the one thing where trigger warnings actually make sense, which is photosensitivity.
And even with all that said, on a fundamental level, pretty much no one rags on Nintendo for this anymore, because...
and here she too...
Because plain and simple, shit happens. Okay.
Yeah, and here she too virtue signals, and in the beginning of this thing, she had her trigger warnings about psych shit. That is proven bullshit. Those kinds of psychological trigger warnings are triggers themselves, and they're worse than the actual thing Because when you have the actual thing mentioned in context, the conversation moves on and the topic moves on, and that can pull you out of the looping flashbacks and shit. When you just put on the trigger warning, it just pulls up the flashback or similar thing or a weaker version of that, and then it's just stuck there in your head. I'll tell you, because I said this before, I have this fucking condition, and it's not fun, and it's a severe case, and I can tell you firsthand, trigger warnings are worse than encountering the fucking triggers, the actual triggers themselves.
The fact that trigger warnings trigger warnings in and of themselves are trigger warnings.
Are triggers. They're triggers. And this is why I hate these fucking SJWs and their virtue signaling about anything, because they don't know anything about anything they're talking about and virtue signaling about. They cause more harm in every topic they touch.
The complete double standard that they have because they don't think any of this shit through.
It's not just a double standard. It's
No, I mean in that specifically.
It's ignorance on a world destructive level.
Yes, that's true.
All right, let's keep going. Joe Crazy. Of course, they knew about Black People Wisp. Remember my Black Samurai?
That one guy.
The one guy.
One guy in that one place. Okay, yeah.
Rob was one of the best characters in the show.
Yeah, but the question. Yeah, but the question would be, when did that guy happen? Because I don't know the historical date. And when did the yokai come into folklore?
Well, the
Jinx yokai is older.
Jinx was there since day one, when the game came out.
No, but I mean, so there was. I think there was an actual Black Samurai, but the thing about the yokai is that goes to Shinto religion, and Shinto is older than the Japanese, because Shinto comes from the native inhabitants of the Japanese islands.
Mm-hmm.
And the what we have today is a mixture of Shinto and Buddhism.
Pretty much.
All right.
So, and the yokai come from everything can be a yokai. You have a million spirits that of all the little things, the big things, and it's a wonderful mythology.
Here is the real Medel, and we'll get back to the video. Memes the DNA of the souls.
Yes.
Not wrong.
Sounds like a Persona soundtrack title.
Persona 6 main famous memes.
Yes.
The point is the whole Jinx design is a massive stretch when it talks about the topic today, and the Porygon episode has literally nothing to do with what we're talking about right now.
Yes.
Right.
And on top of all of this, cancel culture is, when you talk about canceling someone, you're talking about canceling a person. Remove their ability to hold a job, to force them to be disassociated from everyone around them because of this thing that they did. It is not boycott a company. Okay? These are not the same thing. There's a difference between I'm not going to support this company and nobody should support this person. Nobody should employ this person or associate with this person. It's just, I'm not going to spend money on you. And that's what this was about. It was people saying, you don't cancel a multinational video game conglomerate. You boycott it.
Yes.
That's why I don't buy EA games.
And, like, once you realize that the cancel in cancel culture is more specifically ending someone's life, then the whole thing will make more sense to anyone that doesn't know anything offhand. That's literally the real definition of it.
Yes, and then I have here a quote for the larger context, not just this part, but if you think about the whole thing that cancel culture is about, and that how it is really employed, and not just the slightly softened version that Noralities wants. It is from Arthur Miller's book The Crucible, something I highly recommend. Quote is, normally the actions and deeds of a man were all that societies felt comfortable in judging. the secret intent of an action was left to the ministers, priests, and rabbis to deal with. When diabolism rises, however, actions are the least important manifests of the true nature of a man. Which means that when evil rises, people are judged by their thoughts, not their actions.
Yeah, and that makes a hell of a lot of sense with what's going on nowadays.
Yep.
All right,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's go.
I just want to see who she's gonna put on the high end of that spectrum.
Oh, I know who it
Find
is.
out.
It's
Let's see.
Completely took responsibility for their actions and changed them in the future to try and repair the damage as best as they
Why?
And then
That's
when
not
it's
the damage.
where
Those
you
are
know
black.
it's
What the
kind
fuck
of
is
that
wrong with you,
dead doesn't
fucking
matter.
idiot
Like, you gotta
racist?
use your own personal judgment for these. Like, is
Again,
canceling them
unintentional.
even worth it?
Moving on. Yes.
Who wants to say something?
Yeah. Who
Oh,
paused?
oh, I forgot. I muted myself. Look at this text on the screen
yeah, this
here.
text is important.
Listen to people from those groups, marginalized groups, when they say something is racist or sexist. They're not a hive mind, but if the majority of them say something is a problem, please listen. Why? Oh, why? Please explain to me. Are we determining what is and isn't an issue based on popularity?
Also, this is, again, her despotism, her double standard, because the majority of trans women with the actual condition say the same things and say, these wokesters are a problem, they're lying about us, they are actually the ones oppressing us. If you want to use that terminology, they're the ones canceling us. Noralities. Do you have anything to say to that?
Just imagine this was like killing someone. It's like everything on the left would be, no, you can't kill someone. No, you can't kill someone. All these conditions, like don't do it. The only time the law will say is self-defense. Is it justifiable? What was the condition? All these scenarios just fall flat. It's for that one reason. Is there something that goes on that you have to do something to another person to end their life? This is the death by democracy. The mob says you're evil, therefore we must do so because
It's
they
the
had
tyranny of the majority.
because they had a good argument or some nonsense. It's like no.
This is either the tyranny of the majority, or what seems rather the case with the social justice maniacs, is the tyranny of the loud minority, which is even more undemocratic.
Yeah, they're always harping about harassment.
In a good democracy,
and death threats.
the majority is not is also kept in check.
Well, I just find it funny. They're always harping about death threats. Like, don't do this, don't do these horrible things. But if you don't like someone, you can always try and kick them off a platform for saying stuff I don't agree with.
Yeah. If it's someone not of our tribe, you can do it.
And then they whine
If we
when you
ostracize
say
someone
against
from our
them.
tribe, you can do it. That's by the way, there's a term for this that applies from older German medieval tradition, if you want. There were people who were not actually sentenced to death. They were sentenced vogelfrei, which means free as a bird. Whoever was sentenced vogelfrei, free as a bird, got a little bracelet on his ankle, like these tracking bracelets that had little bells on it. So every time you took a step, the bells would ring, like when you put a collar on your cat. So everyone would know you are vogelfrei. Being vogelfrei means everyone can kill you without repercussion. Out of the blue. It's not a death sentence directly. It's just that, well, if someone kills you, that's not counted as a murder.
Well, that's roughly what the original idea of exile was as well. Is you were kicked out of whatever city you were in, whatever village you were in. I forget. I think this exile is a Latin term originally, and you could be killed without consequence. It was the same, essentially the same principle. that's what it is. Like, I mean, that term works as well, but this is something that's kind of universal to really any society.
So what she's trying,
I thought the exile was just not allowed to return back to the society he was exiled from. Not that he was also which makes survival hard. Not that it also meant that you could be killed without repercussion.
So all she's saying here is listen to the mob if there's a mob.
Yes, they have a good point.
I was just not aware of that part. But yeah, so why is she not listening to our mob?
Because we're not the majority, I guess. The majority here being defined as the people I want to listen to.
Oh, yeah. I just saw I got something relayed from another crew member who's not on. That is, I'm just reading the message. Yeah, trans crime increased because it went from 0 being reported to 5. Literally any crime was put together. What? Literally any crime was put together until the left demanded it be put in categories. Also, the increase is seen in labor-held towns and cities with large Muslim populations.
Oof.
Oh, so I was right. It's happening because of the importation of people from countries where trans rights are not high on the priority list.
Yeah, and then the left keeps blaming that on the locals, on the natives.
All right.
And yeah, that was the thing. Like that 16% increase. That's something I kind of brushed over. 16% could mean anything. That's a sixth. It means it could have gone from like 6 to 7. That would be a 16% increase.
Yep.
So you can't just give us percentage numbers. If you want me to say, oh, this is a huge issue because J.K. Rowling is saying things on Twitter, kind of need a little bit more than vagary.
Every time someone comes with statistics at you, and it will usually be the favorable display of numbers for the argument. So when you're shown percentages, ask for the total numbers. When you're shown the total numbers, look at the percentages. Look at the wider context. And so on.
Here's the mechanist for the donation. Thank you, sir. Don't worry, guys. I'll sacrifice my sanity to become the next Lovecraft just to instill more pain to these loons. I'll even fight the fairy folk to induce more madness upon myself. Soon they'll face the true might of the mechanist. Wow.
Interesting, mechanist. What's your cat's name?
Yeah.
Ginger Man.
Ginger Man. All right.
Ginger Man whose only weakness is the sun.
So he's a vampire.
He's backward Superman. He gets weaker in yellow sunlight.
An ancient vampire.
No, he's Bizarro. He's just just a Bizarro cat vampire. Anyway, let's go.
Is the perpetuating harmful ideologies? I don't know. Then finally, on the right side, a person did or said a bad thing a long time ago. Again, you have to consider the context of when the statement or action was made. If it was brought to light, did they apologize sincerely? Are they in a position of power? Because maybe they shouldn't be. And then next to that,
Who says someone should not be in a position of power? What does that even mean? They were democratically elected? They were appointed to the board of directors?
What does a position of power mean? Like
Trump, president?
Something, but like something I see all the time whenever you see like a Me Too case happening. I have a specific example in mind with a YouTuber I used to watch. I kind of stopped watching him for unrelated reasons, but he got accused of sexually harassing another YouTuber, and I read through her accusation, and what it amounted to was he tried to put the moves on her, and she said that she felt like she couldn't say no because he was a larger YouTuber than she was. And she didn't feel, she felt powerless. Now, is he in a position of power over her because he has more subs than she does on YouTube? This is what I mean. What does a position of power mean? That's such a vague term. And I've seen it applied to, like I just said, relative sizes of YouTube channels. Is there any actual power dynamic between those two people?
Not really.
Right. But would she argue that there is? Now, I don't know.
I mean, she did, right?
I don't know for sure, but I would kind of wager that she would. Because a lot of those instances where I see, the woman said she felt powerless to say no to these advances, are in situations where the woman has every ability to say no. Look at what was happening to Chris Avallone. Basically, what he got accused of was kissing someone, and then she said no to stop, and he stopped. And she said that she felt like she couldn't refuse the drinks that he was buying for everybody.
That's her problem.
I'm so glad he's suing her, by the way.
Because he was buying rounds for whoever was meeting up. He bought a couple of rounds. And she was there, and she had those rounds.
Yeah, she was greedy. She just wanted more.
That's the best boss ever.
Like, he wasn't even her boss. I don't even think they were working together. I think they were just there at whatever this event was together. And he was buying rounds, and she said she felt like she couldn't say no.
Yeah,
because he was Chris Avallone, and he had more pull in the video game industry than she did. Because I think she was like an aspiring writer or something like that. Or
so if you wanted to use his position and name, and in the end, she was someone who had no ability of self-restraint. And then she blamed him for her inability of self-restraint without ever making a noise that maybe she wants to stop.
Yeah, Chris did the right thing by ignoring it, and then he finally realized maybe I should make something of this because it's been a while and people are curious about it. People are talking still, and he set the record straight, and good for him. Again, this is another death of the author argument. I don't care what the hell he's doing on weekends. I don't care how he lives his personal life. Doesn't bother me. But the fact that he finally came out with it is like, yeah, maybe he should. Good for him. Again, his personal life, none of my business.
So I just kind of hate it. Death of the author in general.
Also, I just love how she's using a silent voice, which is a tale of redemption. There is no redemption in cancel culture, you bent.
There's a redemption in law. Yeah. You serve your time.
In law, yes, but not in cancel culture.
Well, that's
in cancel culture, it's called bending the knee.
Yeah, and that is just admission, which means that
all knee doesn't do anything.
No, yeah, it is admission. Exactly. It is admission and submission, which means that you are guilty of the thing you were accused of. So now you will be a slave of us, and if we want to kill you, we can.
Yep.
It is basically accepting to be vogelfrei.
All right.
Yeah, that's why, and Chris Avallone said he didn't believe it when people told him this. That's why the advice is always don't apologize.
Never apologize.
Exactly.
Never apologize to the mob, because they don't take that as an apology. They take it as an admission of guilt.
Yep.
Yeah. And when they don't even, especially when they do not even explain to you what you're supposed to apologize for.
Say what you want about Modern Family Guy being shit, it at least did that pretty much perfectly.
Oh yeah,
showing the effects of that, but one way and the other, and Brian having that realization of never apologize. That's really the only way you can go at this point.
Okay, here is the mechanist again. I'm allergic to cats, but I will get a frog and name it the real life Papa Shango.
What?
Why not? Sure, go for it.
Apparently, I've missed a little.
Don't worry, it's okay. Okay. Let's keep going.
would put people who hate speech or donating money to hate groups. People like
Orson
J.K.
Scott
Rowling
Card.
and Orson Scott Card absolutely being transphobic
my
and
God.
homophobic
I don't know
are
who
hurting the
that is.
LGBTQ.
So hate speech, all hate speech is, all hate speech really is, because these people have redefined it. The German legal term of hate speech, Hassrede, was already defined. That's why they introduced the English word hate speech, and you can hear that hate speech and Hassrede is the same word. They introduced hate speech with their weird bullshit definition, their vague bullshit, into the German language because they couldn't redefine the legal term. This is all hate speech is, the social justice version, is wrongthink. So she says herself that wrongthink, if someone is a wrongthinker, if we play this out to the end, you can kill that person.
Who's Orson?
That's where it
Scott
leads.
Card?
Oh, he's the
Making
guy
it
who
quick.
created the Ender's Game series.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, I got you.
I think we covered
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's
Not me.
He's a bit drastic in some things, but nothing that justifies.
He's a third-rate sci-fi author. That's all he is.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
it doesn't justify any of these campaigns against him.
No, none of these
Okay.
things do. These people say they're writers. Who cares? What do they know? They could say whatever they like. They're writers. That's their job.
Yeah. Hey, lefties, how about you engage in an actual discourse? Oh wait, you shy away from that because you actually know that all your arguments fall flat apart, like that of fundamentalist religious people in debates with Christopher Hitchens.
I just call him. That's why I just called him a friggin' cult, dude.
They are. They work exactly like that, and that's how the indoctrination works. That's how the ostracization works. It's cultism, and usually when these things start, when they get into some hobby group or association or political party, it always starts as a cult of personality. Like there's this one queen bee that is surrounded by white knights, and they do all her bidding, and slowly get more of the same thinking people in. Say, oh, you need to not gatekeep. Gatekeeping is bad. We should be open for everyone. And then once they're in, once they're enough, once they have turned enough people, they will ostracize every wrong thinker, everyone who might ever critique them, everyone who might ever be in the way of their personal luxuries, and then raise the walls and shut the doors and become the very gatekeepers they advocated against when they wanted to get in.
Gatekeeping.
That's how it goes all the time. And if they have to completely ruin your life, they will.
All right, let's see who actually has to be canceled.
And they shouldn't be supported. And then all the way on the right, where absolutely should be canceled, is people who do a actual crime, like the author of Rurouni Kenshin possessing 100 DVDs of child.
How about Louise Farrakhan, who is a fucking anti-Semite and racist like you couldn't believe?
Wait a
and
second.
mentor to Hillary Clinton.
Wait a second. They've been accused of a crime. They either are found guilty or whatever, and you want to hurt them more? You want to do...
Yeah.
What does that do? Why would you do that?
Well,
I mean,
because it's outside the legal system. They don't care about the legal system. They care about convictions, yes, but they want to enact the punishments themselves.
This is like we're going to bash Bill Cosby because he was acquitted.
They want lynch mobs.
It's like he's acquitted.
They want to be the lynch mob.
They want to be judge, jury, and executioner at the same time.
Uh-huh. Yep. And that's why I like I don't like it, but it's why she didn't put up the spectrum as from bottom as low intensity to top high intensity, but to left good, right bad. It's a bit subtle, but it's there.
I was about to say the same thing. It's pretty suspicious how the left thing is the good thing and the right thing is the bad thing.
Yeah, you could have done it in a neutral way, but you didn't. You put it over the political terms.
All right, here is Great Scott. Thanks for the 5. Bend the knee so I can light you on fire via dragon breath. Daenerys Targaryen, Queen of Woke-Steros.
Woke-Steros.
A.k.a. the self-insert for every SJW. Oh,
sadly.
She didn't get her Snickers. That's why she all those poor prisoners.
All right.
For the Starbucks.
Let's hear this argument.
Porn. Tatsuya Matsuki, the writer of the manga Act Age, groping a middle schooler. Alright, so I don't know how much clearer I have to be about my opinion.
How old were the characters that you were... I know we've been about this, but she just brought it up.
It's not...
16.
Where does
16.
Isn't that middle school?
fit into that?
The creator of Act Age, the second he got like charged with the crime, he lost all of his stuff at Shonen Jump. He suffered the consequences for his actions.
They immediately canceled the manga too, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they immediately canceled it. It is done so.
Yep.
And I can't feel any sympathy for that guy for that happening because, like,
me either. Fucking.
I mean, like, I can't even really disagree because I think the one instance where it is appropriate to disassociate from someone would be if they commit a really awful crime. Like, there's it's one thing which she's about to say. She's about to say this only applies to real crimes, like, and not victimless ones like shoplifting or embezzlement. She calls embezzlement a victimless crime. I just want to reiterate that before we continue.
Yeah,
she's about to. She refers to embezzlement as a victimless crime.
Let me put it in a translator so I don't get it wrong. What the fuck? What? Because it's just money or documents?
I guess so.
Blue collar crime? Nah, it's okay.
Because that's not because depriving people of either their money or their freeing or incriminating evidence, for example, is not harming anyone.
Apparently, famously, Bernie Madoff had no victims. Bernie Madoff did not victimize anyone by committing embezzlement.
Okay, so if we keep her income from her and just take it or something, then that's not a crime?
It's a victimless crime. It's just embezzlement.
She probably thinks of it from like the point of view that the only people that get money stolen from them are the ones that have a lot of it. So
that's absolutely.
She's
made enough comments about how bad capitalism is that I can.
Yes, she doesn't think of the fact that poor people also get money stolen from them.
Yeah. But anyway, if somebody commits a major crime, if somebody is a pedophile, is a murderer, whatever, then don't associate with that person. I don't really want that person to find any. I mean, I don't really want them to find gainful employment. I want them removed from society because if they're that kind of person, they're a drain on society as a whole. But I forget the point I was trying to make here. I guess my point is that's the only instance in which I would consider it acceptable. Beyond that, like, it's not. There's no, like, this person expressed an objectionable opinion and won't apologize for it, so they shouldn't be able to find work or put money in the bank or have friends or whatever. Like, no. No.
Like, I left in my giant ass comment I left on her video. I said if it were up to me, Watsky would be in prison for the rest of his life, but that's not up to me. It's the Kenshin creator. Yep.
Yeah. Like, and yeah, I get that because he did something really awful, but like Orson Scott Card and J.K. Rowling, they didn't do anything. They didn't commit any crimes. So why?
No, they just expressed their opinions, and well, in the case of Orson Scott Card, it's actually, I think that's a bit overboard and stupid. In the case of J.K. Rowling, I see no problems. That is actually nothing. In the case of embezzlement, what does she think, that the victim is the money?
Well, she probably thinks that billionaires can afford to have that money stolen.
It's what I said before. She doesn't consider that people that are like normal, like have like a normal income or maybe even less, get also money stolen from them.
Most of these things happen to people who don't have much.
Yeah, most of this happens to the normal people, but I guess she doesn't consider that.
All right, let's keep going.
Opinion on this issue, like, as a crime, and I mean like a crime that hurts people, not something like shoplifting or embezzlement or whatever. You should draw your support from them because, like it or not, if you don't, you are supporting the behavior that crimes are okay.
No. Can we roll this back a bit, just like a few seconds?
Sure.
Because, like it or not, if you don't, you are supporting the behavior that crimes are okay if that person is famous enough. You may have heard a version of silence is a form of approval used in reference to social reform.
What?
Yeah, and it's wrong.
It's not. It never has been.
Sorry, couldn't follow because I just had this thought in my head. Noralities, what you're actually doing is deliberately going for people who are famous. That is not letting people get away who are famous enough. That's not the same thing.
Also, just because an author like committed a crime now and you still like the thing that they made doesn't mean that you support the crime that they did. That's stupid.
Yeah, like I still like Rurouni Kenshin, doesn't mean I support Watsuki.
You're allowed to still like Rurouni Kenshin and you can still be against pedophilia.
Yeah. And here the comment of the Ron Weasley actor. Who played very well in Into the Wild, the movie I highly recommend. This what he says here is this sounds like an how do you say this, an extradited statement, like someone you get out of torture, because this sounds like something he's forced to say because it's so bland.
Extracted.
This nothing. Okay, thank you.
But at the same time, it's not wrong.
It's not wrong, but it's also not right. Because I'm sorry, trans women are not women. It's just nice that we're treated that way, but we can't be. We are biologically not women.
No, that I do agree with.
Whichever point of transition we are. That is a problem for us. It's not that because you say it, magically makes it so. And trans men are not men. Same problem. It doesn't just grow them magically a penis. Doesn't make them fertile. Doesn't make us fertile. It doesn't magically change the entire endocrine system of our bodies that work differently between the sexes.
Indeed.
Like hormones are not produced in the same way in the male and the female body. It's different organs, and that's not just the sexual organs. That goes all the way to the adrenal glands, the kidneys, and so on. The male and female body biologically is completely, entirely different. It's not just a chromosomal thing. It's every aspect of it. And just because you say trans women are women does not make me a woman, as much as that pains me.
Okay.
Our technology is not enough to get there. We are not on Star Trek levels where they can even change species, for fuck's sake.
And also doesn't help that it's sandwiched alongside something that should be fucking common sense.
And the next thing is, we should all be entitled, the choice of word here, entitled to live with love and without judgment. I don't agree.
Yeah, entitled
you're not entitled to love. Maybe you deserve it. Maybe you need it. But entitled? Everyone? A psychopath?
Completely
a psychopath that tortures people is not getting any love and will be judged.
All right, let's go.
And I bet you'd be told that that's kind of an absurd example, but really that's what you have to do. You have to go to the extreme. Because when you make a universal statement like that, you have to go to the extreme. You have to say,
Yes.
Does it really apply in every case?
It's because the universal statement is an extreme.
Well, not only that, is that the extremes is usually the only kind of example that these kind of people will understand.
Yeah, and the left is in denial of psychopathy. And I do not know why. It can't just be because there are a lot of psychopaths on the left. That can't be the only reason. There's something else going on that I don't understand yet.
The version attributed to Plato. There's a version commonly incorrectly attributed to Abraham Lincoln, but is actually by Ella Wheeler Wilcox, an American author and poet. To sin by silence when we should protest makes cowards of men. But my favorite is by Martin Luther King Jr.
Yes, that's why you should all speak up against you assholes, Noralities.
A time comes when silence is betrayal. I cannot, under any circumstance...
Oh, here we go. The moral grandstanding, as if it wasn't clear enough.
Oh, look at how a voice is with
I cannot, under any circumstance... Shut up.
Just stop talking.
There needs to be more. There needs to be more vibrato in your voice.
You're right. I don't have vibrato. I cannot give myself vibrato. Like, I have trained in singing, and I cannot sing with vibrato, which causes me issues sometimes. I have had my voice instructor say, "Sing with more vibrato." I'm like, I can't. I can't do it.
I'm so sorry I hit a nerve there.
I can't whisper either.
Let's.
It's kind of funny. I'm like physically incapable.
Let's hear.
But anyway,
hear her fantastic harangue about my
How
feelings.
she can't be silent with her lies.
Lose the voice.
Of ignorance.
Lose the voice, because this is not genuine.
Yeah,
this is affected for your video. Lose the voice.
Here we go.
Talk like a normal person, please.
That's
lose the voice. Yeah, just cut off.
Anytime soon.
Yeah,
the
lose
same
the
thing.
voice.
The same thing with the sarcasm I wasn't here for yesterday. Don't do that.
Yeah, lose the voice. Yeah, just
you
cut
know.
out, cut
I
out
mean,
your
I assume you guys are probably understand what I'm talking about. The sarcasm.
Yeah.
The smug.
Yeah.
How would you?
Oh my gosh, that's the worst part of this video.
The whole better than
wow. It's like, just stop.
What ratio would you put to her videos in general, and or this in particular, with actual logical reasoning versus emotional manipulation?
Yeah.
I think she attempts logic. I think she's terrible at it. But I'm not going to say it's all emotion, because I think she tries.
I think 85%.
Yeah, that's what a lot of these people do. They mimic logical argumentation. And they think they're doing it.
They are rationalizing. They're just not very good at it.
Yeah, rationalizing does not mean rational thought and critical thinking.
That's right.
Rationalizing just means, I did the horrible bad thing, but it was actually for good reason.
Why did I do this thing? Let me think about that for 2 seconds.
They are very close together.
I never bothered to try that.
I would say if you're gonna put if you're gonna try to make a logical point in a video, when you're scripting, which again I don't think she wrote a script, but when you're scripting out your video, just write whatever argument you're trying to make. Just write it out as a syllogism. Just do that. Make sure everything fits. Do an if then. You know, give yourself an if A then B, if B then C. Therefore, if A then C. Do that. Just do that. Instead of sounding like you're trying to hold back a sneeze while you make your point.
Ready?
Anyway, here we go.
Yeah.
And how people still try to separate the art from the artist in circumstances. Nobuhiro Watsuki, the author of Rurouni Kenshin, after knowing what he's done. Why would you still want to read anything this guy made after knowing that? Why?
Maybe it's
because
good.
It's a good story, you lunatic.
It's like I said yesterday. Rosemary's Baby is an excellent film. Roman Polanski is a terrible person. These two statements do not contradict one another.
She cannot separate that. She thinks it's the same thing. It's
And
like
what
when
I
the
think it
author
is-
does something bad, you cannot like the thing that the author made. Even if, like, with the case of the pedophilia, even if that's not even in the story, it's like you just can't like it. It's not a thing.
What I think the issue is I think left-wingers don't get anywhere near as much practice as right-wingers at separating the art from the artist.
That's actually a good point. That's a really
an
good
excellent
point.
They both
See,
still-
they aren't exposed to like engaging in stories that disagree with where like the creator disagrees with their beliefs.
Yeah.
They're also incapable, and maybe that's where the fish begins to stink. Is that they are in the first place incapable of distinguishing between themselves as a person, as an individual, and the work they do. This is a problem of drawing lines, and the same with emotional spill between themselves and other people, which they mistake for empathy. When it's just them copying the emotions of others, being affected by them, or projecting them onto others. That's the opposite of empathy, even, if you will. But when you take criticism of your work as a personal attack to your ego, that is when we speak of emotional immaturity and narcissism. And if you can't separate that, your work and yourself, how can we assume these people can separate the work of others and their persons? Because for these people, that is the same thing.
Well, the way I've always seen it is that people like this aren't able to take a look at themselves, or the way I kind of, the image I have in my head is like people like this aren't able to look at themselves and just laugh. They kind of take a jab at themselves and kind of take an objective look at themselves and say that this is, someone, you can laugh at yourself, make fun of yourself, and it's not exactly that someone is trying to be hurtful to you when they are, having a jab with their friends or something like that. You're just having a good laugh. It's like you need to like my friends and I work. We always see, or we always joke around with each other and make very offensive jokes. Jokes at each other's expense. Hell, we even go as far as to make racist jokes at each other, and we don't mind it because we understand that this is just us taking characteristics of ourselves and kind of looking and just taking a jab and laughing. So I think it's all about being able to engage with certain people and opinions, and just being and separating the fact that they're not trying to insult you by telling a story that maybe doesn't really agree with your opinions, like maybe a comedy that mocks a Republican or a comedy that mocks a liberal. They're just simply trying to make someone laugh by saying this is a funny characteristic of the specific thing, and I think that we can all just kind of take a look at it and say this is kind of ridiculous. So we can all just kind of laugh at each other. So I think it seems like it's difficult for people to make light of certain topics that they believe in, and so therefore they're not able to disassociate themselves from maybe an objective critique.
I mean, hell, like me and my friends are the same way. We always make jokes about my disability, and it's like I don't get ass blasted about it. We just laugh because it's jokes. It's just fun.
Yeah, I do the same thing, and I think that could be what it is they don't, left-wingers specifically, her ilk don't ever do that. Like, there's a reason that's been lost to history a little bit, that we mock people for being the term snowflake became derogatory, and the idea of like hug boxes and everything is this tendency for left-wingers to end up in running in circles that are very overly curated, because the left-wing cultural perspective is kind of the default. So you can if you don't think too hard, if you don't go looking for it, you're generally not going to find a piece of media that is explicitly right-wing.
I guess, long story short, it's simply that it's guilt by association. You know, they think that just by even enjoying the work, they are therefore guilty of.
I think that's exactly it. I think you hit the nail on the head. It's they think that if they like it, they are guilty of supporting that thing.
I like something a pedophile made. That makes me a bad person.
Yeah, so
Right.
if I watch the anime that the person made that's a pedo, that means that I support pedophilia. That's what they think they are doing.
Right.
The Nazi cooties.
Honestly,
It's the
thought
Nazi
process-
cooties. Yes.
Her thought process reminds me of a show called The Good Place, where it shows the worst part, like the worst version of heaven you can think of, where in order to get to heaven, you have to, not do normal sins and stuff like that, right? But normal sin, their kind of context would be if you buy flowers from a flower shop trying to give them to your grandmother or something, and it turns out those flowers were gathered by Taiwanese children or something like that, they'll count that as a sin from buying product from an enslavement company or something like that, even though you had no knowledge of that. Don't really care about that. They'll basically send everyone to hell just because of these really, really, really strict, how should I say, sin counts and stuff like that. So you could do a littlest thing, and that could send you to hell.
All right.
Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday as well, where it's like, the same standard of not engaging with this art, not even buying it, just engaging with it. Because again, the context for the last one was that she was mad that people made video essays about Rurouni Kenshin. Not that they bought it in huge numbers, just that they kept talking about it and being fans.
It must now be erased from history.
And it's like, and we compared it to, like, you don't know if you go to the convenience store to buy, you want a pack of gum and a couple of cans of iced tea or something. You don't know what the cashier is going to do with the money that he gets paid from the job he's working.
Buying drugs or something.
You're always going to have to take that risk. It's always a risk.
That's just what happens when the money leaves your hands and enters the hands of someone else.
Right.
Yeah, they can use that money to do whatever.
And in the case of
media,
media,
and you shouldn't be like breaking your head over this either.
Right?
Like it's out of your jurisdiction.
Again, I can totally understand. Okay, you find out the author of Rurouni Kenshin is a pedophile, and so you decide, oh, well, I bought stuff before, and now I'm not going to financially support him anymore. Fine, understandable, admirable, smart, pragmatic. You can still enjoy it. That's the whole thing.
Exactly.
She's not saying, I don't understand why people buy media, buy Rurouni Kenshin, knowing what the author did. She's saying, I don't know how you can be a fan of Rurouni Kenshin, knowing what the author did.
She's unable to distinguish between work and person.
Yeah, that's the point. Is she is incapable of separating the art from the artist, and I think, like I said, it's because left-wingers don't get any practice at it. Because a lot of media is made by people who are actively hostile to right-wingers, and so you get to the point where you say, okay, well, the creator of this doesn't like me, but it's still a good piece of work.
I remember
Alan Moore doesn't like me. Watchmen's still all right.
Yeah, I remember. Was it Mario Batali? He was a very famous, well-known, I think, Italian chef in America, and he had some sexual allegations put against him that have been going on for decades or whatever. He's a horrible person, yada, yada, yada. And that's bad. Everyone agrees that's bad. if he were to cook me an Italian meal, I would eat it. Because that's
like his recipes are not suddenly, they don't suddenly make bad Italian food just because of what he did.
Exactly.
Like this concept is retarded.
Really?
See, I think it was said, and when we covered the previous coded character designs, is that it's the what people like Noralities care about isn't the how good a show is, the quality. It's all about whether or not it agrees with their ideology.
Yep.
Yes.
Everything's a purity test, and that's all that matters.
Like,
it's all that mattered in the Soviet tyranny.
Like,
and all that matters in every religious tyranny.
Sorry about that, Wisp. But I was gonna say, like, I love the movie Slither by James Gunn, but I know he probably hates me for my political opinion, so it's like whatever.
Yeah, it's like, it reminds me of like Ted Cruz once got asked on Twitter. Somebody said, "Oh, Ted, what's your favorite movie?" And he said, "The Princess Bride." Okay? And Carrie Elwes quote tweeted him and said, "You know everyone who made that movie hates you, right?" It's like, maybe. I don't think Ted Cruz answered him. It's like, maybe he does know that. Maybe he doesn't know that. Maybe he certainly knows it now that you told him. Although statistically, I can't imagine that everyone who worked on it hates him. But
that Andre the Giant is dead, so there's no way to ask him.
But it's like, maybe he knows that. That doesn't make The Princess Bride not a good movie.
Right, it's highly
The Princess Bride is still a hilarious movie. I don't care if Carrie Elwes is a moron. I still like, my favorite movie is Star Wars. Like, have you seen Mark Hamill put out his political hot takes?
Oh, I had to
I'm sure Mark Hamill hates
Oh.
me. I'm sure Mark Hamill would hate me. That does not make Star Wars stop being my favorite movie.
I am not. I at this point do not know what Hollywood celebrity believes in the shit they say and what is just said in order to survive that cesspool.
You got a good point.
Because that's what happens in these cult places. You will say things that you completely are opposed to just to keep your head on your shoulders.
All I know is my favorite movie of all time is Evil Dead 2, and I don't really care what Bruce Campbell's political opinions are, and I'd rather keep it that way.
Yeah, and I don't care. And honestly, this is with the James Gunn thing. He made horrible, tasteless, pedophilic jokes, but that doesn't mean I can't enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy.
I wish
it's still a wonderful movie.
Yeah.
And also,
I don't give a shit.
And also, between the time he did that and the time and when he got hired by Marvel, he's changed a fuck ton since then.
Oh yeah,
maybe. And unless you find actual proof of him being a pedophile and not just being a degenerate, this is a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Now, is he guilty of making horrendously bad jokes? Yes, but not to the extent that these nutjobs say it.
Yeah, it's Hollywood. Hollywood is full of degenerates.
Out of all the
richer they are, the more degenerate they probably are, because they need something to stimulate their fucking egos.
And the best and worst part of that is that you're not wrong at all.
Right. Out of all the movies you've watched directed by plenty of different directors, there's likely to be at least one that's done something that you don't agree with. It might not be criminal, but it's just something that you don't agree with, and that you gave them money to continue to do this thing that you don't agree with. So I mean, it goes back around to it that you're always taking the gamble. Like if you don't personally know the person and what they normally do, and you get to know them, you be friends or something, like you befriend them, something along those lines, then you never know what they're going to do with their money. So you just give it to them, and once that's done, once the money leaves your hands, the transaction's over. What they do with it is up to them.
I remember we covered a person, I can't remember their name, but they showed a picture, I believe, that Hitler drew, and it was some museum or subway station. I can't recall what it was, but it was a very good line drawing. He had a certain eye for accuracy, and we all went, "Hey, that's a good painting." Yeah, it was. It was also made by Hitler, but I don't care. I don't care who made it. I really don't. It was a good. If you want to learn how to do perspective, that was a good example to learn from.
A lot of Hitler's paintings are good examples of how not to do perspective.
Yeah, that is actually true. There are a number of his paintings with really bad perspective. You know what I think has just kind of occurred to me that we're basically discussing right now is the idea of looking at art objectively.
Oh
my god! Yeah.
Wow! Big old.
Damn it!
Long man bat.
The greatest crime of all.
That's essentially what we're talking about. Separating your feelings towards the artist from the art itself means you're looking at the art objectively.
Yes.
Which is probably why she has such an issue with it, because I bet, without knowing, that she doesn't believe in objective art criticism.
We don't need to read Death of the Author, because that doesn't even pop up in our minds. We don't care what the author says. It doesn't matter that they have sex with chimps on the weekends or shoot gerbils in between chapters. Like, I really I don't care if they burn down houses and hurt people. It does not affect my opinion of the work.
Nor should it.
This is a strange reaction to learning. Oh my God, he's on his fourth wife. It's like, and
in the case of a crime, I can tarnish my fond memories of something.
Yeah,
like,
sure.
I can understand why someone would not want to rewatch the Cosby Show now. I can get that, but it's like the idea that you cannot enjoy a piece of media because the artist did something bad is like so foreign to me.
Well, it's
rather, it's not that you cannot enjoy, but that it is forbidden to enjoy it.
Well,
that is rather what she's conveying to us.
Well, I mean, okay, yeah, cannot, like, as in are not allowed to, but it, like, Naked Gun is still funny. I still like watching it. Just because OJ is in it doesn't mean I don't watch it.
Yeah,
those movies are classics.
Ricky, what the hell are you doing?
What is going on?
That's a great question. And
like he's eating the microphone, dude.
And like, I don't know what Miguel de Cervantes did in his spare time. It wouldn't make Don Quixote any worse.
I find it very hypocritical that it seems like she's willing to give money to certain people, just as if she doesn't know about what they've done, that she's willing to give money to them. But unless she just happens to hear that they've done something, then she becomes the moral arbiter and says, I can't believe people can still support them. So it comes off like, don't do whatever you want, just don't tell me about it, because at that point I can't support you.
There's also a problem with the structure. In that the whole cancel culture also goes for people who support someone. So it's not just the person itself, but everyone who supports that person. Which means that if you support someone who gets targeted, but you don't know yet what that is about, or that it even happens, that is a bad thing, and you keep supporting that person, for example, financially, you will also be a target of it. So if Norality is supporting someone that will be cancelled, and she doesn't get the memo in time, she will also be guilty of supporting someone cancel-worthy, which is how the dominoes fall.
All right, guys, I think we've exhausted this wonderful topic.
Yeah, yep.
We're circling around this a bit, and we've still got 10 minutes.
So hopefully she doesn't ramble on for more than a minute. Let's find out.
Why would his this story be more important to you than his consumption of media of children being sexually abused? Please try to conduct yourself with a little bit more empathy.
Empathy to what?
Noralities, do not talk to us about empathy because you don't have
never.
any. You don't even know what that is.
But like, what does that mean? Conduct yourself with a little more empathy. Empathy to who?
To the
Like,
children, I guess?
No. Here's the point is she doesn't have empathy because what she actually meant to say was, what's the English word for Mitgefühl? Compassion. What she means is compassion. Yes, compassion and sympathy, not empathy. She knows so little about empathy.
Yeah, would she want to investigate
that she doesn't even know what the word means?
That's something I've noticed from a lot of lefties who talk about empathy is that they mean sympathy when they say empathy.
Would she want to investigate all of the behavior of every single animator and keyframer and colorist and every other producer on the show of Rurouni Kenshin? Maybe they were conducting adultery. Maybe they were stealing candy from babies. Like, how far do we go in investigating every single individual that was on that program? And now it's a horrible show just because the writer, one guy, did some stupid shit.
Until only the most perfect and pure people are left because we have too many billions anyway.
I mean, yeah, how far? Like, imagine it's not pedophilia. Imagine it's petty crime. It's
like shoplifting.
Yeah. Whatever bullshit crime which is bad.
Embezzlement.
Embezzlement, yeah. Pick a thing which is oh so sacred. You can never, if you do it, you're evil, and you be excommunicated and whatever. Like, how far do we go? Jaywalking? Let's go that far. Sure. 5 people jaywalked on Rurouni Kenshin. It's a horrible show now.
Yeah. That's what the social credit scoring will be about.
Forget
that we will get in the West. Yeah, but that's what it will be. That's just cancel culture on a larger scale. With everything that the state disagrees with.
Forget all that. Forget even doing, even crimes. Remember, the first time people tried to cancel... What is going on? Do you have a microphone pointed at the road? Are you on your phone outside?
Nah, there's just construction going on. Right next to the street. I try to mute the mic as much as possible.
All right.
Okay.
Anyway, what I'm trying to say, the first time people tried to cancel Chris Pratt, it wasn't because he committed a crime. It's because of the church he attended.
Yeah, it's because he's Christian.
Not just because it was because of the particular church he attended had a former leader who was homophobic. That's it.
Guilt by
association. Wasn't anything. It's even further than guilt by association. It's like third degree guilt by association. There was no indication he even knew this pastor or agreed with him or anything. He just went to this guy's church. And the church he attended, Hillsong United, is really, really, really big. Hundreds of thousands of members on multiple continents big.
Jesus.
That's how pointless it was. That's how far removed he was from any actual misconduct, and people tried to get him punted off of the movie projects he was working on.
Yikes. And they tried to get him canceled for wearing a shirt with a friggin' Gadsden flag.
And not showing up to a fundraiser.
Which he wasn't invited to.
I've seen people try to cancel people over who they follow on Twitter. So it's not even crimes. So how are you supposed to determine this? Like you're saying, Smud, how are you supposed to determine any of this? How far do we need to go?
That's why they're all on edge and nervous all the time, because they all fear that the mob is coming for them the next minute. It's like that Stanislav Lem story that I keep referencing. the 11th journey, I think it was.
Well, it comes down to hatred. How much should I hate someone today? What am I allowed to hate, and how? And it's this bizarre reasoning that has nothing to do with the operation of analysis or appreciation of an art form or the craft of something. I can imagine Michelangelo, as passionate and brilliant as he was swearing up a storm in that church for years. He wasn't perfect. I'm sure he made lots of mistakes. And he was taking the Lord's name in vain like you would not believe. Drawing nudes. And, yeah, like I don't think people would like that in their church, but I bet he did it. He's an artist. He's very emotional. And he expresses himself very, very distinctly. So
yeah, and the priest would allow it to him because they want his work.
And they were frustrated too because it took so long and all the things they had to wait for and all the paint to dry and all the corrections and the.
That's something I can appreciate in Animaniacs 4. They showed how short a temper he had.
Oh yeah.
I just find it very ridiculous that this person is having this grandiose stand amongst her audience, saying that conduct yourself with more empathy and how could you read this book? And it just feels like she's saying that I stopped reading a comic book. I'm helping children. It's not doing anything for anyone. You just decided.
If you stop reading Harry Potter, you're supporting trans people, I guess.
You're helping trans people.
You're helping them somehow.
At the same time, Noralities talks about empathy, but disregards every problem that women have when a naked man who claims to be trans, but clearly isn't, is in their spa. Because the man claims to be trans and thus it must be accepted blindly.
Dumbass.
All right.
There was a case like that recently.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Let's keep going.
How to move forward. It's just fiction, not reality is comforting. It's easy to think that there is no harm being caused by the media you are consuming because to you may not feel like there is any harm done.
There isn't.
Anecdotal evidence like you watched a murder mystery and did in fact not murder anyone misses the point because the problem is not the individual impact, it is the collective.
What the fuck does... Okay, what the fuck does...
I don't care.
Collective.
Are you trying to tell me if I read every single Agatha Christie story and play and book and watch it on TV, it's not about me, the individual, it's about the collective impact of other individuals watching that show?
What? I have no idea. I'm sorry. I was distracted trying to figure out what her words that she was just saying have to do with Kiki's delivery service.
I want to rewind that because I was just like, "What the hell does that even mean?"
Flabbergasted by this stupid.
Okay, here we go.
Sexually abused. Please try to conduct yourself with a little bit more empathy. How to move forward. It's just fiction, not reality is comforting. It is easy to think that there is no harm being caused by the media you are consuming because to you personally, it may not feel like there is any harm done. Anecdotal evidence like you watched a murder mystery and did in fact not murder anyone misses the point because the problem is not the individual impact, it is the collective. Most people who watched Birth of a Nation were not impacted, but some of them were enough to cause the resurgence of the KKK. I think
she thinks the resurgence of the KKK was based off a movie.
Yeah,
they were already there.
Yeah. That's the whole point. I said this yesterday. It was less that the movie caused the KKK to come back, and more that the tacit endorsement from the president made people who had existing KKK
beliefs,
leaning sentiments, say, "Oh, let's kick this up again." These groups of people are causing problems in America. Catholics, Italians, Jews, blacks, whoever, all the varying groups the KKK was put together to oppose in their resurgence. Let's go do something about it. It wasn't because of the movie. Except maybe that they saw the movie and said, hey, the president thinks like we do. He's showing it at the White House. so let's do it. It was not caused by the art.
Even though if it was showcased at the White House, that would add to the flame. But that's it's such a silly thing to argue that this piece of media that I don't even know who has access to movie theaters or movie showings at that point in history, the 1915 or whatever it was. It was very.
I mean, it wouldn't have been like incredibly widespread because people weren't as able to travel as they are now. But movie theaters were a big deal at the time because it was so new.
Right, but it's the same idea with villages in Italy. Like everyone would huddle around a black and white TV in the 50s or 60s because that's all they had. So
right,
like this is like even late before that, before television. So very few people would have this. It would be the affluent or the rich or the well-known, like the president. And that's it. So someone else who already had access to resources and people and organization and this and that would just say, hey, now we're even more charged up about the thing we already believe in. Not, let's get Bob and Steve down the street to join our club.
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. You can't just have people join your club. Let's go beat up some foreigners or something. Anyway.
I think that to a lot of anime fans, this is a very uncomfortable reality, which is what makes it hard to accept.
No.
Nobody
No,
wants to
it's not,
believe that a show
Pumpkin.
they are watching
No,
is
man,
contributing
really.
to the normalization of child abuse or general sexism, because if they are an American, they did not see it affect them. And unless they're
So Kiki, this is Kiki's delivery service, I think?
Why? What? Yes, this Kiki's delivery service. Why is she?
Yeah, well, this is-
she's showing.
She's
Why
showing
is
it
she
because-
showing Kiki's delivery service?
Because these people are watching TV.
Yeah.
I mean, throughout the video, there are plenty of irrelevant.
Also, the old lady staring into our souls.
Oh my God.
That's all it is. She's talking about you consuming media while people are consuming media. She's also, there were a lot of assumptions built into those sentences that anime is normalizing sexism and the sexualization of children. She's saying you don't see that because
Video games
you,
make violence.
you don't
Yeah.
believe it because you're a Westerner and you don't see it happen to you. But maybe it's happening in Japan. No, honey. That's something you have to prove.
No, a lot of the time when Japan does that, it's for laughs.
Like, I don't believe you.
And most of the time when they
As far as I know, Japan's violent crime is rather low.
I don't
Yeah,
recall.
He actually acknowledges that.
Most of the time when they get their panties in twist, the Japanese are like, "Can you just leave us alone, please?"
And she, she talks about it normalizing sexism. She very specifically mentioned sexism.
Yep.
I'm willing to wager that what you consider sexism is not what most people consider sexism.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So how am I supposed to agree with you that it's normalizing sexism when you're telling me it's normalizing sexism when we probably don't even agree on what sexism is?
I'm trying to think of actual examples of anime they dislike, and because they dislike, they would see it as not influencing people because it's so ridiculous or so perverse. Like what's about magical breast milk? What the hell was that show?
What the fuck?
Poison no stick.
Yeah. Oh, you got it.
Seikon no Quasar.
Seikon no Quasar. Like, there's no resurgence of adults suddenly drinking adult breast milk. That didn't happen.
Yeah, the TLDR on that is he gets superpowers by drinking titty milk. That's the TLDR.
There would have been a hilarious article to read. It's like a resurgence in
that would be
adult
like some
males
Nazi
drinking
onion
breast
shit.
milk.
Yeah, because there are articles on human breast milk being good for you and blah blah blah. I remember reading those. I was like, that's interesting, but no one went, "Hey guys, let's get some milk going." Like, no one said that.
I was gonna say,
cracking open the cold one with the boys. They got the new meaning.
I was gonna say, I remember a couple of recent chapters of Monster Musume having magical breast milk, but
yes, manga, yeah.
But yeah, like, I can't agree. This is why it's so important if you're going to, I guess this isn't a debate, it's her making a video, but this is why it's so important to define your terms beforehand, because sexism is such a vague term. So I can't agree or even disagree that anime is normalizing sexism, because for all I know, to her, sexism entails making jokes where women are the punchline.
Well, I think she's proven that. She said that she has a problem with
Why, by being the punchline?
No.
No, yeah, that's what I mean. But that's if she thinks it's sexist to essentially make a woman the punchline of a joke, then maybe anime is normalizing sexism in her mind. And in my mind, it's not that I disagree that anime is normalizing sexism, it's that I disagree that it's sexism in the first place.
Yeah, and that means in her mind you are wrong and therefore need to be cancelled.
It means I don't have empathy, is what it means. That's what she thinks, I'm sure.
I'm throwing away my empathy, Jojo.
See, ironically, I can understand her perspective that she thinks I can't understand her perspective.
But she's incapable of understanding yours. It's the real issue here.
Yes. I would guarantee you that she would fail the, what is the term?
The Turing test.
The political Turing test, yeah. I bet you she could not argue for my position in a way I would agree with.
Oh, you meant something else. I don't know what that one's called.
It's
probably similar. The term fits either way. Somehow.
Basically, she could not argue my position in a way that would convince a neutral observer that it is her position. Probably. Would be my guess.
Yeah, while we understand enough of the leftist radical nonsense, we can actually do that.
Yes, I bet I could. I bet I could make a convincing video essay about this. Except I don't sound like a woman.
Yeah, you don't need to. You just speak nasally, and then you sound like the gay people from California.
Fair.
Point being is that this has been proven several times as this illustrious trio of God, I forgot the names of books behind me. What was James Lindsay and Peter Boghossian and Alan Plugrose did with their Fawkes papers, where they just made up shit, put in the lingo, the structure of the leftist papers that they had extracted and distilled, and got to the point where they were considered for awards. I think the Hitler paper even got an award until someone realized, wait, that's actually a fake paper.
Well, that happened.
It was from Mein Kampf, yeah.
Yeah, that happened on Reddit once. This was a much more informal case. Somebody went on Our Politics. I forget what the story was about. It's completely irrelevant, because if you've ever read an Our Politics comment section, they're all exactly the same. No matter what the story is about. But this guy posted, as in support of Bernie Sanders, he posted like Hitler's plan for Germany. Was it 21 points? I forget
don't remember
the exact number of it, but whatever Hitler's
in modern day, we usually just have 10-point plans all the time. We have one politician, one woman who always has a 10-point plan for everything, and it's always like eight points of that are just vapid bullshit.
Well, that means that exhaustive market research determined that 10 was the optimal number of points to put in a plan like that to keep people's attention.
I think it's just a shtick.
Maybe, but however many points were in Hitler's plan for Germany, somebody posted that, only they changed the terminology and the references to Germany around to America and posted it as Bernie Sanders' plan for America. And he got thousands upon thousands of awards, upvotes, comments in agreement, and all of that, until somebody pointed out, hey guys, this is literally what Hitler said, and then the comment got moved in seconds.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
That is fantastic.
Because those are the Bernie supporters are socialists, all socialists are authoritarians, and Hitler as much as the left wants to deny it, was a socialist. It's not just in the name. The full politics of the National Socialists was socialism.
There's a 5-hour video that just came out on YouTube recently called like Hitler's Socialism or something that I want to work my way through.
Just give me a link to that, because I'm glad that more people are making these.
Have it right to hand.
Because this lie, this century-long lie of the red socialists trying to tell us that the brown socialists were not socialists needs to end. They only do that because it reveals that they are the same ilk. And my personal belief is that the actual reason why Mein Kampf was censored in Germany after the war was not that they feared that the book would indoctrinate people, because it can't do that. It's too stupid to do that into becoming Nazis. What the book actually reveals is how truly socialist the Nazis are. And that's what the red socialists after the war couldn't bear.
Okay. Let's keep going. Here's Alex Halo. Female otakus love those anime tropes as well. I think anyone who's a fan of something likes the thing they're talking about or fantasizing over. So male or female makes very little difference. The only problem is they become biased towards those things as good or bad when the tropes themselves are just patterns. So there's nothing inherently good or bad about lolis or 1,000-year-old dragons posing as men and women. But they'll say, this is a good thing. And you're like, why? So they can enjoy it and say it's good by virtue of them being aesthetically pleasing or funny or entertaining. That's totally cool.
I'd like to note something about it, because since I wasn't on yesterday. There's two people I see seeing lolis outside of Lolicon, but that's the actual questionable content. But normal lolis, like Hannah, for example, there's only two people I can imagine that see that as inherently sexual. Like you said, you just see a cute kid doing cute stuff. A pedophile would see something sexual in Kana. And also a victim of pedophilia, because that also readies your pattern recognition for threat detection. That is not that you then find her sexually appealing, rather that you're reminded of such things. That's the only two things I can imagine that find this inherently sexual. So if Noralities does that, she must be either of the two categories. And of the victim variant, we speak even less. I mean, I think almost none at all. We usually only speak of the actual predators, seeing the pedophile stuff in that, as well as when we, as police investigators, sadly have to deal with that. They have to cite all the pedophile content they find. That's a horribly stressful job, and I only do it here in my town. I was informed by someone who did the IT in the police that those officers, they do that for, I think, 2 months at most, and then they have 6 months of a break from that with psychological oversight, because it breaks them. And so there's either what pedophiles are let's say sexually triggered by either being a pedophile, by being an investigator who has to learn this, or by being a victim of this kind of abuse. So
all right.
I don't think Noralities is an investigator.
Yeah, that's putting it
So
lightly.
you decide what else she is.
Oh, I don't think that's in her repertoire.
She's a researcher of Shodakan.
There you go.
Yes,
research. She's reading all the articles. Mm-hmm.
She's bookmarking everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, let's go.
Willing to do research further into it, they won't see how it's impacting Japan either. It's easy enough for some guy to dismiss my argument by making a comment about
Some
how
guy
Japan has one of the lowest accounts of rape, so the repeated fetishy depictions of assault in super popular anime like Goblin Slayer or Sword Art Online is
Goblin
totally fine.
Slayer.
And yes,
Goblin
that is
Slayer
a true
is not
statistic,
fetish.
easily Googleable,
Idiot.
but it is a
I can't show anything from Goblin Slayer. It's like Goblin Slayer is like 80% like downtime.
Mm-hmm.
Just show one of the random panels of
More like 95%.
nothing happening.
More like 95%.
Okay.
It's all
It's really
it's
the peak. It's really just the peak moments. It's
Yeah,
just a couple
planning.
scenes about the entire series.
they're
Goblin Slayer is like 90% like medieval peasant life.
Yes.
Yeah, plus some video game logic because we have an adventurer guild.
Also,
Yeah.
I just want to point out she showed some screenshots of a Kuko Shinja Dojin, but she can't show anything from Goblin Slayer.
She can't show anything
Yeah, she-
from Goblin
she can-
Slayer.
She,
She
can
can show
show
the
the
cover.
supposed.
Yeah, she can show the cover of a dojin she says is child porn, but she can't
Yeah,
show...
she can show that, but she can't show Goblin Slayer.
She can't show Goblin Slayer. Because
That's hilarious.
it's really bad, y'all.
Makes you
Can we
appropriation.
actually, for a second, can we roll it back? I want to check the apostrophe position where she wrote y'all.
From the south, I can judge this.
in super popular anime like
Yeah, she got it
Okay,
right.
she got it right. Okay.
How can you get that wrong?
A lot of people put it after the A.
That's stupid.
So you
Yes,
learn,
it is.
learn your own language.
so you guys
The
can
foreigners
actually
can do it right.
you can actually show certain scenes of manga, and I'm sure there's plenty of scenes from Goblin Slayer you can showcase on YouTube. So
Yeah, that's what she says. I cannot actually show anything from heads up, comma. I legit cannot actually, comma, show anything from Goblin Slayer. Like, oh my gosh, that sentence is an abomination.
After in the beginning, she didn't just show us the cover of her. Of
She
her,
showed the pages, all of them.
She showed us the whole chapter.
She showed plenty. Yeah.
She showed all of the 149 pages on screen, uncensored.
And then
Yeah.
even with the actual pornography that she showed, she only censored out like the parts where there was the genitalia doing something, but the
I
rest
mean,
of the
she
image
only
kept.
censored the nipples and the genitalia, but you
Right.
could still see what they're doing.
Yeah, you can make it out.
What
Yes.
became of Free the Nipple?
I don't understand. How does Goblin Slayer normalize rape?
I don't
I
know.
have no
This
idea
is-
because it's
This
so
is
bad.
absolutely something you need to demonstrate.
Because pedantic
Goblin
romantics said
Slayer-
the goblins are Jews or something.
Goblin Slayer makes Goblin Slayer uses
The first lesson of Goblin
Slayer's
Slayer.
setup, the whole point of the adventurer party at the beginning of Goblin Slayer getting murked in awful, terrible ways, including two of them dying, and one of them getting kidnapped and gang raped, is to show you why Goblin Slayer is justified in killing every single goblin he comes across.
The entire
Yes, and the
manga.
other lesson is, if you're a beginner, don't be naive and arrogant while you have a lack of skill and underestimating your foes.
The entire manga is essentially all about one man's sole purpose in life is to essentially kill all rapists. So
Yes.
I don't think it's promoting rape. It's essentially saying don't do it or this guy's going to come
Yeah.
for you.
Yeah, but
Yes,
these
he's
radical
literally
leftists
like the
cannot
Punisher
distinguish.
for rapists.
They cannot
I was
distinguish.
about
They
to
think
say
if
that.
you depict something that is bad, that is you endorsing it or normalizing it, while in reality, Noralities, get a reality check, please. While in reality, depicting that and the consequences of it shows people this is actually really horrifying and bad, and you don't want to get into that situation. And people doing that are assholes, and you don't want to deal with assholes. You understand that? It's not an endorsement, and it's not a normalization. Like, how desensitized and psychopathic and unempathetic do you have to be to think that Goblin Slayer is is normalizing rape. Are you insane?
Yes.
You can argue that maybe the scene, you could say, hey, I would have done, you can still keep the violence and you can still depict the act. You could say maybe the scene wasn't that great. It didn't do a good job at depicting that for me. You can argue, how well the scene was executed, but I don't think it's,
Also
it's
in the
supposed to
anime.
be sexual.
Yeah, also in the anime, most of the actions are implied by the goblins. It's not explicit. It's not super explicit. Most of it is implied actions. Like it's shown from specific angles where you can see that, where you can deduct this is going on, but it's not explicitly in your face. And that is enough. That is horrible enough.
Right, it's not pornography. We don't need to see it. We don't need any more than the implication.
The only thing I ever see them bring up about the scene being like glorifying to rape is that you can see that the goblin like latches onto the woman's ass. That's the only thing they ever bring up. It's because he grabs her ass.
Goblins take pleasure in torturing them and just
Yes, they enjoy tormenting you. That's the point.
All right, here is the Mechanist. Mission Hill summarizes how I feel about DOA. I respect your work, but I won't tolerate your BS. But I will drop an author's work if I feel they are attempting to use me to advance their BS. Oh, interesting. Depends if their work is actually one of those self-aggrandizement or soapboxing stuff where they just have a pulpit and they just start preaching. And you even see that in with Atlas Shrugged. So these things happen all over the place where the author is not so much a fiction writer or whatever. They have a philosophy, they have an ideology, and they just want to use a different format to express themselves. So it doesn't matter if it's right wing or left wing or 70-year-old books of fiction or comic books today. It's the same crap. Now, arguably, there's more to Atlas Shrugged than just that, as with any piece of fiction. But that was a different time and place for writing stories. And the format was obviously a little different than a comic book or an anime. I can't think of any particular anime, aside from the last few episodes of Evangelion, where it just became a shit show. Like, it just became, okay, this is absolutely nuts. And the story has just gone off the rails, and we're just dealing with a bunch of nonsense. That is...
Personally, I found the original Full Metal Alchemist anime that ran out of manga material, turned kind of into that, but not that extreme, of course.
Yeah, there's definitely the fillers for the popular stuff. Even Naruto does that. So
yeah, it's like.
Well, I think for Full Metal Alchemist, there was definitely a ton of changes that were made to the source material. Like take the homunculus, for example.
In the end, the whole ending of the original, the first anime they made, because they ran out of content, they just made up shit. Same is the reason with Chrono Cross. The anime ran out of manga. Manga is finished by now, but every time they make an anime and they run out of manga material, the stuff turns to shit because they just have to make up stuff on the spot, and they are not familiar with what the author has intended or how the world actually works, and it just turns to random crap.
I'd say DBZ Dragon Ball Z is an exception, though.
Yeah.
All right, let's keep going.
Like Goblins Sword Art Online is totally fine. And yes, that is a true statistic that is easily Googleable, but it is a misleading statistic if you aren't willing to do any more follow-up research. Because if you would find
talk to me
articles
about
describing
misleading
that
statistics.
I was about to say
actually
the
increased by
same thing,
27% in just the first half of 2018, reaching more than 1.3 thousand cases. The reason for this being is back in 2017, the definition for rape in Japan was strictly only defined as forced vaginal intercourse, but it was updated to include other forms of sexual assault and also men as rape victims.
So you're saying they changed the definition of rape, and therefore we have more because it's more broadly termed. Wow, who saw that coming?
Big brain.
Yeah, for Noralities, that is you. That is you right now faking statistics. It's you messing with
this
them.
is not
because
the
if
argument.
you change the definition, of course the amount changes
This-
because it now encompasses a different quantity of people.
This is
and
not the
beats.
argument for. This is the argument against.
Yes. She's not a rational person.
Jesus.
And it doesn't. So that means that this is the reason why the number of rapes went up, the number of reported rapes went up in Japan, and maybe that means that the rape rate was a little bit higher than they thought it was to begin with, but it's only catching up now that they've actually started showing that.
Also,
That
very
doesn't
cool.
prove anything about Goblin Slayer and Sword Art Online.
Oh God, no.
Also, very cool that Japan includes men being raped. I applaud that.
Puts
That
them
is
ahead
wonderful.
of the UK.
That is ahead of the Western world. That is something
Yep.
feminists are against, by the way. And thank you, Japan. You're on the right track. Don't let yourself be confused by these socialist assholes.
All right.
Till that point included entirely. The revision also eliminated a requirement that the victim needed to file a criminal complaint before a case could be prosecuted. All this to say, it's not that Japan magically had less rape cases, it's that they were being underreported. When addressing these kinds of issues, you also have to
But what does
consider
that have to
Japan
do with
has a
Goblin
long
Slayer?
history of personal shame
It's kind
culture
of a
that tends to
correlation
blame incidents
causation
like these as
fallacy.
No,
It's obvious.
As far as I can hear, she just went off topic. There's no connection
Yeah.
whatsoever.
some kind of personal
I
fate
think
of
she
the
loops
victim.
back to
In
it.
2016, a government survey indicated that nearly a third of Japanese women have been subjected to sexual harassment at the workplace, including inappropriate touching and unwarranted advances.
A third.
Yeah, when I've been
So-
subject to sexual harassment, nobody gave a shit because the culprit was an obese borderline woman, girl with green hair that is completely insane. But everybody only cared about her crocodile tears, and then she got sent to a closed ward. Came back, and they still accepted her. They knew they know to this day she is insane. Well, they keep siding with her because she's a girl. Doesn't matter what she does.
And like, first of all, nearly a third, including being asked out, which it said in that
Yeah, that's not sexual harassment.
being
Mhm.
repeatedly, it said being repeatedly asked out, which we don't know if that means they were asked out. These women were asked
that
out a bunch of
twice?
times by the same dude. It doesn't mean. We don't know if it means that they were asked out by several dudes. Whatever. I don't know.
It's too vague.
Thanks for going at the text because I'm too tired to. That's very good. That's very good points here.
It's like, okay, let's just I will be magnanimous and submit, okay, everything you're saying is accurate to the way Japanese society works. That they underreport things and that they have a culture of keeping your head down, whatever. How does this tie into Goblin Slayer and Sword Art Online?
Well, the biggest question is, how does this tie into Dragon Maid? 'Cause I thought this was supposed to be
cancel
a
No, this is a cancel culture video. It's not a Dragon Maid video.
Well, Me Too is the cancel culture movement, and
It is absolutely.
If I remember
really is.
correctly, the two initiators who started the whole shit show turned out to have had made false accusations.
Yep.
So the whole movement is based on liars.
Okay, let's keep going. I honestly don't care because she just went off the rails as far as I can tell. So
Nearly did not make any complaint about the harassment, either formal or informal, and approximately 1 in 10 who did complain were penalized for having done so, including suffering demotion.
What percent is that, honey? I noticed you switched from percentages to 1 in because 10% doesn't sound as intimidating as 1 in 10.
Yep. That's how you emotionally manipulate people with statistics.
They were lodged.
That's what I mentioned earlier.
They didn't lodge official complaints. What do you? Oh, I got asked out by 2 dudes. What are you supposed to like? What?
Or twice by the same guy who's trying really hard.
How does this make sense? So I say, hey, this dude sexually harassed me. No, you're wrong. We're going to demote you. Does that make sense?
It doesn't say demoted. It says they had been given an unsympathetic hearing or been demoted. Those are very different things.
Mm-hmm.
We also don't have context for any of these. Like, maybe the one that was demoted lied about it. How about that?
We also don't know in this 1/3 of Japanese women who reported this. So this is 10% of 30%, by the way. We also don't know how many people were polled and what this survey was. This could have been we have no indication that this is a general survey. This could have been at a specific company, in a specific industry. We don't know any of this.
Yeah. And while I know what it's like to be in the lower position in this, it's like the part of unsympathetic hearing or been demoted part, I cannot take anything from this text because it is too generic.
Yeah, that's the big issue here. Is this doesn't mean much.
Yeah, and just the claim alone does not make the case. That's why it is difficult with these things. It's the same with psychological violence, psychological abuse, whether it's against a child in the family or whether it is outside of that in the workplace or in your social circles. It is extremely hard to prove. That is why it's so sinister. But sadly, the claim alone doesn't make the case because there are liars. The very people who commit psychological abuse are the very people who make false claims all the time, which is why the claim alone cannot make the case, because that would only ever be used against the actual targets and the actual victims. Because the abusers will always be the first to complain, to make up shit, and to make false allegations against you, while the targets of that, the victims, don't even know that something vile is going on against them from people they still think are innocent, maybe even friends.
All right.
The claim alone is not enough.
I don't know why we're still talking about these things, but let's just keep going and find out.
And I am not talking about this because I think America is some bastion of moral integrity, or because I want to shut down this one commenter, but I am just so tired of people desperately trying to make arguments about things that they know nothing about.
That's a
Oh, like you. Like
you.
So we got.
What are we talking
none of
about?
it matters because it's fictional.
What's the topic?
Coding ain't real. This is
You jump back to Kana being a loli.
Yeah, 2D is not 3D. Kana causes no harm in reality.
Well, this is what
I don't understand why people make videos because it's a drawing. I'm gonna roll it back for
Bastion of moral integrity, or because I want to shut down this one commenter, but I am.
Maybe you should consider she's not real.
Seriously, how can you hate Kana? I was laughing so hard when she put her tail into the power outlet to recharge.
It's a harmless foreign cartoon. Fiction does not affect reality. What does this have to do with cancel culture? What is it? You know what? I'm gonna unpause.
We could desperately trying to make arguments about things that they know nothing about and aren't even willing to do any more research into it, or even change their viewpoint when confronted with.
She's literally talking about herself.
Out of her well to shame mankind.
You are not changing your viewpoint, Noralities.
You're not confronting us with any evidence.
Listen. And especially not on a platform like YouTube, which has
at least a decent way to get a
women
laugh
out of the creative space for your
you're bullshitting us. Holy shit.
YouTube is pushing women out of the creative space of
she in her Isekai video, she talked about how she can't find any female anime YouTubers. She doesn't show us how she did that.
Excuse me, ma'am. If you can't find any female anime YouTubers, you're clearly not looking.
It was not that. Her statement right now was way broader than that. Noralities, have you? I know you're not the standard kind of girl. Have you ever looked into the makeup scene?
Or the AR scene?
Noralities, I don't know if you
cooking.
heard about this, but do you know who the CEO of YouTube is? Do you know who the CEO is?
She makes it sound as if there's some policeman knocking on doors. Do you want to be a YouTube person?
It doesn't matter. It's the isekai thing again. She thinks we're putting her in the closet to make the isekais.
Oh, is your problem that BreadTube is that the only women in BreadTube all have dicks?
Oh,
it's because she needs it. None of this will matter to her. It doesn't matter who the CEO is. It doesn't matter that it's really easy to find female anime YouTubers, which is specifically what she was talking about. It doesn't matter that there are whole genres of YouTube, whole categories of YouTube entertainment channels and media channels that are dominated by women, like by orders of magnitude. None of that matters, because if any of that mattered to her, she would have to lose the persecution complex. And that's what this is. This is persecution complex. This is, I'm so put upon because I spout off a bunch of nonsense and people say, hey, this is a bunch of nonsense. And that means they don't want to listen to new evidence when all I do is spout off a bunch of nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's not providing evidence. She's showing us, she's spouting off, she's giving us her opinions, and she's giving us news articles. News articles are the opposite of evidence. If a news article tells you something, believe the other thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's just the sky is blue. Look outside
the
to make sure.
statistics shown us are evidence when that is only bits and pieces out of context, reframed, and with, like the last one especially, just super generalized stats that tell us nothing.
Yes, and the only actual statistical data she showed us told us the opposite of the claim she was making about it.
Which goes to show she didn't do any research at all.
She's disingenuous.
She's just not very smart.
yes,
I think she's disingenuous. I think it's out of malice, personally.
I think it's intelligence. Personally, she just does not know things, and she has her own limited view, and she cannot absorb or understand other people's views. And
she's still trying to cope with the fact that she herself makes the very kind of fetish art that she now complains about.
Part of it, but she's pulling up stats and references. You're like, what? Why are we talking about rape? What are you getting at? That has nothing to do with the argument.
Also, she has to endorse cancel culture because that's what the left does. If she speaks out against it entirely, so that she doesn't get, because she fears to be cancelled, she would get targeted by cancel culture.
Okay. Anyway, we gotta keep going.
I don't want to do. She's trying to find this balance between that.
I do not want to do a part 3. This is horrendous.
Yeah, let's power through.
So here's Alex Halo. The top super chat channels are all female otakus. Oh, really? I didn't know that.
And you have the VTubers. You have
the VTubers. They make a ton of money.
Yeah,
they make a lot.
Yeah, need we mention all the VTubers that are ladies?
Most of them.
Yeah, almost all.
Certainly all the big name ones.
The male branch of Hololive is not even like comparable to how well the girls are doing.
Yeah, it's not remotely close.
Orders of magnitude smaller.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
We got 6 minutes left.
Seeing their opinions, the horror.
Please let it be advertising.
As an escape from reality, and they aren't thinking critically about the deeper ramifications of the media they are
Shut the
consuming.
fuck up.
How terrible.
Critically.
And glory. And if that's the case, just use piracy, please. If you really want to separate the art from the artist.
Oh, wow.
So she's encouraging people to steal. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Noralities, you just committed a crime.
Pirate this stuff if you don't want to support the artist financially, but you
wait.
still want. So she's saying if you really have to separate the art from the artist, if you really must do that.
So right now, we have the authority to flag.
A crime.
We could flag her video for illegal
Yes.
conducting or advocating for illegal behavior.
Incitement to illegal action.
I could do that right now.
That's hilarious.
Don't pirate, kids. Make sure you don't pirate your anime, everyone.
Piracy is a service problem, but this is not the reason why.
At the very least, when people do advocate for piracy, because a lot of anime viewers say to do that just because they don't like localizers, they at the very least hide the message by saying "sail the seas" or "be like Luffy," be the pirate.
Yeah,
like
I said.
that.
Yeah,
because
and she's
it's not
just
available.
Don't pirate your anime, kids. Only watch anime through official channels like Funimation or Crunchyroll.
Ooh.
Only ever do that. Do not pirate your anime. Only use those excellent American official services to get your anime content.
That totally do not mess up the subtitles or dubs.
Pirate your anime.
Ever.
That would be bad, kids.
All right,
Piracy is bad.
Let's hear this one more time. You guys can do whatever you like with your spare time, but let's just listen to what she has to say.
They just want to see someone get punched in all its beautiful animated glory. And if that's the case, just use piracy, please. If you really want to separate the art from the artist,
Wait, what did one do?
Don't give them your money, at least.
Nothing.
Also, to touch one last time on Dragon Maid, and then I never want to think about this again. I know the...
But we know you're going to.
Yep.
You're gonna come back. You're gonna come back to Dragon Maid in every one of these moralizing videos you make because it's your claim to fame. It is the only reason your channel has more than 200 subscribers. So you're going to come back to it because you have to come back to it, and you know that.
Yeah.
And there's a second season now.
And because Toru, Kana, and Iruru live in your head rent-free, because you are, at least of the mature ones, you're just jealous of their tits, aren't you?
I'm jealous of their tits. I think we're all collectively... Uh-oh! The collectivism of anime is affecting all of our brains.
Collectivism.
Oh, no.
Insert CSI clip here. Oof.
Oh no, the hive mind that is obsessed with the female memories that totally have not been evolutionarily made to be that.
It's all the Japanese fault.
Yes, it is. Breasts are a social construct.
I'll never forgive the Japanese.
They killed my father.
And
hey, wait a sec. You're Japanese, aren't you? Oh, I love that line.
All right.
Richard Epcar is a treasure.
Let's go.
I met him once.
I know KyoAni is still recovering from the damage caused by the arson attack. And if you want to
where's she now?
Team, because in truth, the content of what they are adapting is not their fault. And the only way to do that right now is to watch Dragon Maid S. Then sure, yes, absolutely do that if that's what you think is right. Life is complicated, and there is no one right way
if we
to
think
live
it's right?
We
Watch
just
it.
have to do the best we can with what we have. Since media does have an effect on reality, and the things that can create real harm in the world, then as consumers, how are we supposed to engage with media? If we cannot blindly enjoy everything, must we cancel everything?
What is she talking about?
I'm so
She kind of contradicted herself there, didn't she? Because just earlier she said she wondered how anyone could enjoy Rurouni Kenshin, because of what the author did. But now she's saying that, it's not KyoAni's fault that, the author makes this stuff. So if you have to support them, go ahead and do that, because life is complicated.
It's the only way you can support them after the fire that burned down their studio.
By an insane person.
So, okay. I mean, I'm aware of that, but... watch Dragon Maid, even though you are tacitly supporting pedophilia, apparently.
Exactly.
What? Because life is complicated.
Give me a break.
guys.
Life is complicated. Life is complicated, but she can't understand why you would want to watch Rurouni Kenshin.
This is like Plato or Aristotle or whatever having this giant explanation, and at the end they go, you know what? Life is complicated. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
She literally just grabbed her Tim Pool beanie. She put that Tim Pool beanie on. It was like, life is complicated, guys.
Sometimes you just gotta live with it.
Sometimes you just gotta watch your MHA gay porn.
Life is complicated. You gotta deal with it.
Oh God.
No. The things an author says or does can create real harm in the world, then as consumers, how are we supposed to engage with media? if
Nothing
we
an
cannot
author
blindly
says
enjoy everything,
creates
must we
harm.
cancel everything?
That's
No.
retarded.
What? No. What? What? At what point did I ever even? How would you reach that conclusion? The thing is in life.
What the
You're
hell?
crazy.
What just happened?
What?
Stop. Here's another thing. Stop. And this is like, I mean, this is the most obvious point. Stop making up straw men and knocking them down.
You might want to roll
Okay.
it back a little bit.
Keeps doing it. No one is
Phantoming is all people
She
like her
said-
can do.
She asked the question, if we can't uncritically support everything or whatever it was, do we need to cancel everything? And then she's like, no, what? But why would you even? Nobody thinks that you said that.
You do, apparently. And by you, I mean her.
Maybe she had an epiphany of what this all leads to.
Yes.
Is it gonna be something mundane again? Like, oh, I put like seeds in the ground that it grew a tree. Wow. Something mundane again, I bet. Because apparently all of her like normal realizations.
I hope her epiphany at the end of this video is that men have human emotions and want supportive girlfriends.
Oh wow! I just realized that men are people too. Wow.
That's because life is complicated and men aren't perfect.
She said that Japan just recently included male victims of rape as part of their rape statistics. Maybe that's because of anime normalizing it. All those male power fantasy anime normalizing the idea that men can be raped.
Like Berserk.
I was about to say, rip F in the chat from Miura.
Yeah, if for the legend.
You're gonna come across a lot you don't like, and you're gonna have to make compromises. Unless you're a white cis het man, like I mentioned in my isekai video, you have to compromise to enjoy the majority.
Fuck off with your isekai.
The majority of anime, isekai or otherwise, is not targeted at white men.
Okay, Noralities off that list of white cis het man. There's at least one of those that I'm not, and I can enjoy most of anime.
Yeah, I don't compromise at all. And I'm
What?
That's
the
what she's
fuck
saying. She's
is
saying
wrong
that
with you?
That white cis het men don't have to compromise because anime is mostly targeted towards them.
Which is not true because it's targeted to Japanese people.
No anime ever made is targeted at white men.
Yes.
Literally made for the Japanese.
There is not a single anime that is produced in any animation studio in Japan that is targeted at white men.
I completely overlooked that obvious thing. Oh my god. She is absolutely retarded. To come up with that idea.
I want to roll this back just so you guys can hear what she's saying here.
Yeah, it's completely retarded.
What? No. What? At what point did I ever even? How would you reach that conclusion? The thing is, in life, you're gonna come across a lot of shit you don't like, and you're gonna have to make compromises. Unless you're a white cis het man, like I mentioned in my isekai video, you have to compromise to enjoy the majority of media you interact with. At best, you'll be underrepresented.
Okay, media
or
in general,
worse, represented in
but
a
it's
way that
still
drives you
bullshit.
fucking nuts.
Yes, it is.
Do you know what a tiny percentage of the human population is white men?
Do you know the tiny percentage that is Western media?
That's what I mean. White men are a very small percent of the global population.
Do you know how much
Media.
shit Bollywood and Nollywood produce?
Is she supposed to be the open-minded progressive?
And the big
country?
Yes! Only she's completely Western-centric. She's interpreting the entire world through America.
She also seems to think that all the Asian, and maybe even Bollywood, she's probably not aware of Nollywood, is that she probably thinks that is also made for Westerners.
Yeah, but they always do that. Like, they always see the world through, like, the lens of everyone lives in America somehow. Like, everyone is the same thing. Like, every race is the same, even though there's, like, different countries.
For
like,
goodness
everyone is a white man, and everyone is American. It's like...
For
And
goodness
the
sake,
Great Wall wasn't made for Americans because it has Matt Damon in it. It has Matt Damon in it because the Chinese love Matt Damon.
and for goodness sake, she did not even say the majority of anime, the majority of movies, the majority.
She said
of
the majority
TV,
of all
the majority
media.
of video games. She said the majority of all media. Do you know how large a market the romance genre is? How much of that is targeted at white men? How many, not just anime, how many Japanese or Korean or Chinese movies are targeted at white men?
None.
How many, and she's talking about representation and stuff here. Okay. Do you think, let's stick with video games. Okay? Let's say, for argument's sake, the majority of video games are targeted at white men.
Which they kind of are.
Let's just say that for argument's sake. What percentage of video games are concerned with representing white men? Like, do you think sports games developers are primarily concerned with representing people?
No, they're trying to get the licenses to represent the actual players.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think their primary concern is representation of particular demographics? No.
No.
Hell no.
There's certain genres that are only played by very specific demographics and even countries. Like football managers, for example, which technically fall into sports games, but are really just Excel tables. They're almost exclusively played by Germans.
Interesting.
You kind of have to wonder how a conversation between maybe Noralities and a black person or just a woman would go, and she asked them, "Hey,
she doesn't know any black people."
Well, she would probably ask them, like, "What's your favorite anime?" And then she says, "Oh, well, I like I don't know, I like Nisekoi." And then she would probably say, "Well, I'm sorry you had to compromise." It's like, well, no, I did. Any person would respond with, "I just really like the show." It's not aimed at me, but I liked it. But she would assume that this person couldn't like it just on the merit that it's a good romance, but she would probably just think this person just kind of had to lower her standards because she's not a white person. She's a black person that had to lower their standards because it's a market full of shows only built for white people, which I find kind of condescending.
I mean, yeah, a social justice advocate being condescending towards minorities is not anything new.
I suppose so.
But she's talking about having to compromise, about cishet white men not having to compromise when it comes to consuming media, while she's showing clips of anime.
But what are we compromising exactly? Our standards or criteria? Like what?
I have no idea. What does she even mean by compromise? She's saying you have to make do with poor representation while she shows Life is Strange, which admittedly is very poor representation of a gay person.
Well, I find it also
it's a very good representation of a girl with borderline personality disorder.
When you're looking at if you just look at the image on the screen,
we have to
here.
make intellectual compromises to watch her videos.
It's entertaining.
Yeah, I guess this video is targeted at people who have holes in their heads.
This is like anti-academic communication. I'm just like, wow, you did not study anything in school to allow
I
you...
have an art degree.
Behold the outcome of getting an art degree.
Pretty much.
Like, she must have skipped
I can't
high school.
I can't fathom why conservatives might refer to colleges as indoctrination centers when I watch videos like this.
It's absolutely a
like-
scam, though.
Honestly,
No.
what did she get? What I want to know, because this is usually the same case with when these SJWs claim that I have a history degree, and you ask them, well, what is the actual thing that you studied? And it's some minute detail of Confederate soldiers' clothing or something. And with the art degree, I want to know what is the actual thing of your art degree that makes your art degree. How did you get it? What did you make? Or what did you write about? Because
The MHA
her drawings are shit.
That's all.
She has no... I'm sorry, that's no talent. If you studied art and you drew for years upon years, your drawings are shit. Ask any professor of art. Anyone with a name. Anyone who makes money with their art. Whether studied or not.
All right, guys, we are.
What is your fucking degree worth? What did you get it?
We are ranting for no reason. Let's just keep on going, okay?
I
Other
just
things
question her
that bother me in
credibility.
Hero Academia. I don't like that Mineta is basically a walking plot device to create fan service of the girls. I don't like that the default.
That was fan service? Really? Wow, that's
Mineta,
pretty tame.
Mineta is showing us that what he does is creepy. He's a creep.
Yeah. And he gets punished for it, like most pervs in the perv anime
Yeah.
trope.
Yep.
Like
Yeah,
roasting stuff.
There
It
is
shows
no
us that
need.
what he's doing is not good. It's not normalizing it. It's actually telling us, don't do this. You'll get bonked on the head.
There are plenty of anime with fan service
Bonks on the head.
that don't require a perverted character. He's not a plot device for any fan service. He's simply meant to be a joke character that just pervs on every woman he sees.
Also, before she's gonna go off on how the costumes of the female characters are designed, I want to point out again that the males are shirtless and super buff.
Yeah, they're ripped.
Like even like at the very beginning of MHA, like when Deku finishes like his training with All Might, and you see him like super ripped when he's done with his
Yeah, he's-
training.
Yeah, by the end of that, he's built.
buff as fuck.
Yes.
For female heroes, sexy, and I don't like that the girls never get as much limelight as the boys. But I know this show
What?
is made for teenage boys.
Really?
And the pros generally outweigh
Really?
the cons for me. I know myself.
Where's
and I know
your
I can
evidence of
engage with
this?
Media critically, and I know that I'm not going to accidentally start objectifying women after watching Hero Academia. Which is why, at the end of the day, I cannot tell you what is good or
What the
bad. You
fuck?
gotta use your own judgment.
Okay, you know what?
She thinks
you know what?
anime is brainwashing her
You know
into...
what? I'm gonna break my rule here. Because we're specifically talking about MHA. I'm gonna break my rule here. She's
Oh,
not
here we go.
worried about accidentally sexualizing the female characters, while she very intentionally sexualizes the male characters.
Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Stupid.
And she believes
Forget hypocrisy. This is beyond hypocrisy. This is I don't even know what word to apply to this.
doublethink.
I guess. Like, this is infuriating.
Yep.
You
Yes.
cannot get on your high horse about worrying that people might accidentally sexualize teenage girls while you do it on purpose.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, you do it
Don't
blatantly.
you
Do it to the guy.
Dare do that.
Too late.
Yeah, and what she's saying here is that she believes that anime is brainwashing her, has the ability to brainwash her into sexualizing, objectifying girls. This is the same thought that the
Fundamentalists.
yes, make about video games making you violent, which they don't. She believes, and she is living proof, and she admits that the radical left, believes this. That media has this magical ability to brainwash you. And the only people who believe such things are the people who cannot properly discern reality from fiction. They're not mentally mature beings. Maybe that's why they are so prone to magical thinking. I don't know.
Okay. 4 more minutes.
With like Studio Trigger's work or JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, my expectations going in have to be a little bit different because of the kind of off-the-walls storytelling they encompass. I can't hold Araki's work from 1987 to the same standard as the 2000s or even now because the landscape they were made in is completely different.
How is JoJo offensive?
A vague word
I have no idea what she's trying to say here.
We have words for being openly racist or sexist or transphobic, but referring to any of these things as really problematic is kind of like referring to a dumpster fire as, ooh, that's a little bit toasty.
What you call transphobic is not
transphobic.
Shut up.
It means that there's a problem. It may be a small problem you're willing to overlook, or it may not even be obvious until you examine the context.
Or it's no problem at all.
It may not even bother you at all. But you should still know that it's there.
Why? You're making problems out of dust motes.
Maybe don't
not
shut
even
them down
flies.
immediately, and also do your ding-dang research.
Do your research, you idiot.
Maybe I have, and I disagree.
I think in part because some people do use canceling as an excuse for online harassment, which do not do that. Cannot understate that enough. I do not care what they did. Never send anyone death threats. But really,
that's two different things right now. Death threats and using cancel culture as an excuse for online harassment, because that is all cancel culture is. All cancel culture is an excuse for harassment. To legitimize, to justify yourself committing atrocious things, even criminal things, towards people you dislike. That's all cancel culture is. So by your own words here, cancel culture is wrong categorically. By definition. So stop making excuses for it.
If you're wondering if you should cancel someone, all you have to do is just not engage with their work in a way that monetarily supports them. I loved Rurouni Kenshin as a child, and I loved Harry Potter, but I can't love them anymore, and that's fine. I would ask yourself, what really
is your problem.
Choosing not to engage?
Wow, I used to know a girl.
Your problem and not ours.
I used to have a girlfriend I really liked, but then she liked some centrist politician. I can't like her anymore. Or some nonsense. Like what a bizarre thing to say.
It's self-lobotomization.
Yep.
My mother is a right-wing Protestant. I can't love her anymore.
Yeah, she left.
You don't think she?
No,
you don't
she
think
left
she
the
would
tribe.
do that?
She would totally disown her family.
She totally would.
Totally do that.
Totally would.
Yeah.
That's we've already seen that in action, and that is what communism and fascism goes for. It's why they want to weaken the family structure, so that family members disown each other and rat each other out to the government.
I have all kinds of family members of various political dispositions. We don't care. We laugh at each other.
It's great.
I don't mind that. If she decides that
I lived in a country where that happened.
I was just going to say that I didn't mind that. If she wanted to just if she decided that the author did something and it doesn't align with her values, and so she decided that she can't separate the two, then maybe she just doesn't want to support it. That's fine. But my problem is with her saying that it's a problem if someone else decides to continue supporting them. Like I don't have a problem with her doing whatever she wants to do. But
she can do whatever she wants, but we don't have to do the same thing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's not a matter of is this problematic? Is this thing that's problematic something that you can overlook or that you need to research more? If I don't agree, it's a problem in the first place.
She could easily do some calculus with. What is this guy's name?
I don't think she can do
calculus.
Hedonic calculus, basically basic positive and negatives, right? And say, okay, this guy did pedophilia. Did he donate to any churches? Did he give money to the poor? Like, what other things did he do which are good, which you can get behind? It's like, as soon as he had child porn, no, he is absolute trash. He's irredeemable. Nothing he ever does in life, prior or after, is going to be any resolvable to the sin he has committed. He should be put to stone or whatever. It's like, people aren't just one thing.
Which is strange, because in other instances, these types make utilitarian calculations like that all the time.
Yes.
In order to justify some absolutely atrocious person to keep on going.
Like Delaware Senator Joseph Biden Jr.
All right, here is Tyler Preston. Thank you. I found out an entire subreddit called Men Drawing Women that unironically believes almost everything bint. I forgot her name, says in the video. Hell, I've seen her Dragon Maid video on their page. They are a hive mind that makes the Borgs individuals.
It needs to be cleansed. Nuke it from it's no way to be
Men
sure.
Drawing Women is an awful subreddit, by the way, and it's also very amusing. When I've seen, like, once I saw a link to it and I clicked on it, I looked at the front page. I actually recognized about half of the pictures they had on their front page and knew they were drawn by female artists. One was an artist I followed on Twitter for a while. It's like, which you can't miss, because it was a link to, I think, her DeviantArt page, and her name is Esther. Esther is not a gender neutral name.
Not really, no.
We're not talking about a name like, I don't know, Sydney. Sam. But it's like, her name is Esther. Okay? Give me a break here. But
all right.
Yeah, it's a terrible subreddit.
We got 2 minutes. Hopefully this won't be that bad.
And after all, it's just
Please be
fiction,
plugged.
not reality. You've lost one story that you will no longer. It may seem hard at first, but there are billions of other stories out there that
I don't care. I want to read that
but
one.
Ender's Game is still good. So.
But it's all made for white cis-het
where water comes
males.
from, that humans need water to live, why it's important to conserve water
So-
and keep it clean. But I cannot make you drink the water. You
What?
She's saying.
Okay,
She
suddenly
said.
environmentalism? The hell?
No. She's saying I can lead you to water, but I can't make you drink. She's saying that she can show you all this information and all of this blah, 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 but she can't make you agree with her that these things are bad and you need to stop supporting them and yada, yada. When it's not that I'm saying I don't want to drink this water, it's that I'm saying, hey, this pool is full of piss.
Yeah,
Well-
Noralities. I'm
Pretty
not gonna drink the Kool-Aid that you try to sell me as water.
Yeah, I think the Kool-Aid is a better analogy. The water, we've all seen her facts and whatever bullshit stats. We're like, this is irrelevant to the argument. Why are you bringing this up? Just have an argument that makes sense, and then we could have a dialogue. I can't talk to this person. There's nothing to say. Everything's up in the air. I'm like, I don't know what you're even on about half the time. You don't like an anime. Great. That doesn't mean the anime is inherently bad because some guy looked at some pictures of kids. It's this bizarre association that I just cannot connect with, and she doesn't like it because the guy is X. Like, fine. Lots of people feel that way about other things. That's great. But don't try and tell me the Mona Lisa is bad because you discovered Leonardo da Vinci had an affair or something.
Oh, there's no way she would think that. Leonardo da Vinci was probably gay. So.
There are indications for certain things, yeah.
I mean, okay, I say probably, possibly. We don't really know for
Well,
sure.
In the Assassin's Creed University, I think he is.
I always
Yeah, they based that off of some possible. Again, the thing about the private sex lives of historical figures is that very rarely did they write about them publicly, like people are wont to do on Twitter today.
Oh.
We didn't have Renaissance Twitter where Leonardo da Vinci posted about how gay he was on he didn't go to the town news bulletin board and post a page that said Leonardo da Vinci, he, him, 25.
Before social media, people tended to keep their private stuff private.
I just imagined Da Vinci doing the iDubbbz thing where he jumps off the table and says, "I'm gay."
Oh God!
Yeah, from his helicopter.
I'm gay.
Oh boy. Okay.
No. No.
Hey y'all. More than last time. To the new subscribers or the people who started following me after the Dragon Maid video.
It's over.
To the new subscribers, don't forget to click the link below and get a free champion in Raid Shadow Legends.
Do you guys want to hear about Naruto Online?
I really am not exaggerating when I say that your support makes this all worth it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, not to get too real or behind the scenes or anything, but I've had my YouTube channel for almost a year and a half now with, what I would call a decent modicum of success. But at the rate I was going, if something like this hadn't happened, I would have had to have quit. So, thank you.
Oh, that would have been so sad if you quit.
Completely
I would have
self-indulgent and casual about Sailor Moon.
Would have been better for
I
humanity.
need a little bit of a break. Like, I'm fine. These more analytical videos take a lot more
Okay,
work.
cue the Ferris Bueller clip and call it a day.
I expect some backlash on the Dragon Maid video, so
There's
I'm
no
not
post
you
surprised
poor
if it's
thing.
interesting. Shout out, though, to the one guy who literally commented, "This is why women shouldn't be anti-tubers." So just in case you're wondering why there aren't a lot of us, as we are deliberately pushed out of
Yeah,
space.
Noralities, you're not making a good case for women talking about
I
anything.
specifically made a playlist of women who
Very
create
based.
video essays, not just on anime, but on anything. If you're looking to support more women, please check it out. I personally,
If you're looking to support women,
it's also pretty cool. All right.
Rowan
I'm
Ellis.
What the fuck was that?
Is Rowan Ellis a
everything is
woman?
going to be okay.
Didn't look like it. Looked like a troon.
guys, if you're looking to support women,
That's so extremely non-passing, allegedly trans that are likely not trans because, well, if your gender dysphoria, you kind of want to pass naturally.
if you're looking to support women, just support your mother. That's enough.
And not being so delusional as to,
All right.
Not good enough,
to
damn it.
go
Not good
somewhere
enough.
with half your hair missing and a beard and stubble and saying, "I'm a woman." Like, no, people with gender dysphoria don't do that.
Woman,
Well-
here I come.
Well, now that I have been through this
no.
video 1 3/4 times, I can say it did not get any better on repeat viewings.
I'm not
You poor
surprised.
soul.
Oh my lord.
I regret not being here for this
Guys,
video.
guys, there is about 40 minutes to an hour's worth of stream memes. If you guys want to bail, go right ahead.
Oh, we need something to cheer us up after this absolute pathological insanity. This Noralities is not sane. She's
I'm off
completely
tomorrow,
irrational.
So.
All right.
It's just fuck this shit.
Here we go. The Smudcast Planning Part 2 Noralities video. There's
Oh my
Tuna.
gosh. How far back is this meme?
This is this morning
can't
at 10
find it.
o'clock.
Today
This morning?
Oh my word.
Yeah.
Why are there so many of oh there it is.
Yeah.
There's so many memes.
That's an old picture. I'm not Quiznatod business anymore.
Nobody mentioned gay porn, so about that gay porn. Of course, it's Hawk.
Of course it is.
Cutie.
Oh, if Hawk was on, he would have had an aneurysm.
He would have got it.
He was in I saw him in chat a few times.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm in chat too.
Cutie patootie realities. The gayest porn. Yeah. Okay. Spudboy activates Hawk mode.
Hawk mode. UAV online.
Mike Testa. Hey, we haven't heard from you at all, buddy. He's making memes now. Didn't see you in Super Chats. What do you know? What the hell is that? Mike, there's no words. I don't know what the hell's going on.
That's Jason Voorhees with a burning cross and a Klan hood.
I think you're right. I can't be sure.
Didn't we talk about that yesterday? Something about
I think so.
A joke, yeah.
Something about some joke about slasher movie villains.
Yeah. Well, here she is.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's right. I was talking about Bury Your Gaze, and how I guess that was tonight.
That was the.
I don't remember tying it into the KKK today, but
anyway, will someone please think about the lowly dragons and MHA characters?
only the female ones.
Yeah, one of the female ones though.
The next one is funny.
Why, yes, I do think of the children.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh shit!
Fuck you! I won't do what you tell me.
Mrs. Obama, get down!
Definitely the author. Oh my god. We need more rap anime.
Zombieland Saga is so good.
Smudcast viewing the contents of Noralities' brain. That's
Oh, that was when I did for a moment.
That's the perfect pause screen.
Mike Testa, I don't care. Smud smash stupid woman.
For God's sake.
Beer means odd, you fucking faggot.
Oh my lord.
The Incredible Hulk.
What the hell?
Yes, we remember the Lou Ferrigno show.
Poster child for after birth abortions. Oh my god.
Ooh.
Based.
Hi, I'm Noralities. I'm literally scum.
Yeah, that's her.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mark, it was me all along. Bigots, commence Project Eugenics.
The eugenics wars have begun.
with magic of the goo.
My fault. That's my fault for invoking the name of Movie Bob. But
Wisp and Siraxlot talking facts and debunking.
Well, that's Wisp on a regular basis.
Absolutely.
J.K. Rowling setting
Rapid fire facts.
time thought waves to make her past self write about gender exclusive dorms.
Gender exclusive.
Not norms, dorms. Remember that? Okay.
Dorms, yes. Dormitories, yeah.
What did dog do in Smud Boy? Dogs win.
Yeah, man, a dog just freaked out.
Oh my god!
I think the main highlight of this Smudcast is like the dog barking out at the same time we're pissed about something she said.
Yeah, that's hilarious. That was one of the best parts.
It was really good timing, I'll admit.
Oh, absolutely. The dog is
call the audience transphobic. Call the audience racist. Oh yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, it's split.
What is this? He's gone too far. He paralyzed my daughter, my little girl. He just murdered my bride, my Sarah. You can't kill him, Gordon. He's gay.
He's gay.
What you think of the gays? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Sarcastic Hawk again. So animals can sense evil.
well, in a way, yes.
I'm marking for
Mark. Shrek made me too. Is that a quote? Is that a quote?
He can't keep getting away with this.
He can't get away with it, man. We gotta stop him.
Not the next one.
Kill him, Gordon. He's gay. All right, and then he just does the Superman like
face
through the chest thing for that. The literally the injustice, the way he did in Injustice.
Yeah. He's gay. Kill him.
He's gay.
It's okay. I'm Muslim.
Oh my god.
That's Arwen. Arwen Blade. I think that's is that your first one? I don't know if that's
really using the rules, man.
Wow, yeah. He's not wrong. I mean, technically.
You munchkin. You little munchkin.
Oh fuck! I didn't expect this. Oh my god.
Okay, this one was during. Okay, now this next one was during when she was mentioning Harry Potter a fuck ton.
Everyone,
Oh
right
my
now, can
God.
you shut the f up about Harry goddamn Potter for once in your miserable
Oh
life?
fuck!
That's how
Yeah, get him, doggo.
Get him, dog.
Oh, the next one's gold.
Stop talking about Harry Potter. Okay. You thought it was Noralities, but it was Cine Beto.
Cinebeto.
Cinema Roberto.
Yeah, Cinebeto.
Moving
Trans-
pictures, Robert.
He's his own can of worms altogether, but moving on.
Transpanic. It's just a jump to the left, and then you step to the right with your hands on your hips.
And then you shake it all about.
Yeah.
That's
That's the transvestite.
something like that. Yeah.
Not the same thing.
They're not the same thing at all. Not in the least.
No.
Oh,
You, Mark, you could just put a picture of a black person there.
No, this is funnier.
Just put young Ripper there.
And then Georges Rex one-upping it by doing the same thing but better. It's like, well, again, it's like the whole Jinx thing was an honest-to-God mistake. They didn't really think it through, but after the fact, it's like, okay, it happened. Moving on.
There was nothing to think through.
Yeah,
Okay, here's Sam Hyde.
Oh, this is great.
If you come at me in a public situation, if I had to defend myself outside your apartment, I'm watching you through your window.
The video of
Sam
Sam Hyde.
people to defend myself.
Yeah, he was to the posted
Oh, that. I thought you were still at the orc picture.
Oh! Little edit there.
It was clean.
The German speakers at the moment. Here we go.
This is pretty much.
I have no idea what he's saying.
This is pretty much Wisp every other Smudcast.
Oh, I'll take offense to that. You haven't heard me screech.
When the mob attacks, remember to reload. Okay.
Oh, I mean, then again, hyperbole. But
That is a really amazing scope. That is some serious technology.
Yeah, that's some magnification right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the next horde mode in the next Call of Duty game.
Oh.
Twitter zombies.
Yeah, I would play the absolute hell out of that. Dude. It'd be amazing.
No.
You're just shooting blue check marks.
Yes.
Feminazi zombies.
Here's
Feminazi zombies.
Here's Eric. Fuck Noralities. All my homies hate Noralities.
Yes.
All right.
Oof. The next one.
Oh.
Can people change their gender? Cancel culture.
That is actually what's going on. That satire is sadly the reality right now.
It's reality.
Unfortunately.
Because science actually says no.
I was waiting for someone to do this one.
That's a good one.
Second.
Racist. Celebrity. Woke people. Coincidence?
I think not.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no, the next one.
Oi, Papa, what's your magic book say about me being trans? He went back to Syria.
I love the ending. He went back to Syria.
Oh, boy. Cancel culture. Yes, I canceled culture. Yes, you did.
Oh, yeah, that's the correct use of the term. That's what's actually happening right now here in the West, everywhere. From Europe to US to Australia.
Oh my God, what is happening here? The Nagash word?
Okay.
If that is Sindarin, I don't know it.
It's the dog. All right.
A dog barking at Noralities.
I don't know what the Nagash is.
Thinks she is rational. Whole life is just Harry Potter, Tumblr, and being scummy.
Yes.
Noralities with budget? What? I don't
It
think
looks slightly better.
slightly.
It looks less shit.
Less. Okay, yeah, I'll give her that.
Oh, your glasses don't float anymore.
I guess you're right, but they're still
Once in
not
a while, she had a
circles.
bridge on it.
Yeah, they're still not a circle. I don't know what the hell that means, but maybe they're just glass.
That's a style
Doing
thing that
that.
you sometimes see in anime.
They're not witch trials. They're accountability trials.
Oof.
Oh god, yeah.
What happened to him? Twitter found out he said the N-word 15 years ago. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Same thing.
I love this.
Well, you need to stop mansplaining. Maybe you need to start woman understanding. As I was saying, 52% of
Face, Peter. Peter showing off his intelligence.
Oh yeah, that was a big brain play.
Big brain.
On verge of tears, cry harder. Oh. Yeah, advocating I'm just about to cry or I'm trying so hard I can't hold it together. It's like, are you like an adult? You're making a video. Calm down.
Well, it's a manipulation tactic is all it is.
Exactly.
Listen to how worked up I'm getting over it,
Oh.
so you should too.
So here's Vice. Red Dead Redemption 2 players are excited to attack and kill feminists in the game.
Didn't they
Goddamn
make
right.
The rest is important too. Rockstar Games included a historically accurate portrayal of women fighting for their right to vote and players are making the worst of it. If that is a historically accurate portrayal of these women, then you're all justified to tie them up and throw them on the train tracks.
Feed alligators.
Or yeah,
Didn't they end up making it so that you couldn't attack that woman anymore? That she was
Nope.
invincible or something?
Oh, really?
No, they won't. They were advocating for it, but they never did it.
Oh,
There was a YouTube channel called Shiraku, I think, and he had made like videos killing the
Just
feminist,
yeah,
like,
killing her in a bunch of different ways.
and they like temporarily took his channel down or something.
Well,
And then they
Break.
reinstated it when people on Twitter said that's bullshit.
well, it's the same with
Yeah,
the Asian or the Chinese shopkeeper, and you just throw them to the train tracks or alligators.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Keemstar helped get his channel back.
Yeah, I think it was Keemstar, yeah.
So normal people, feminists, every man who is no longer useful to the movement, and there's every woman. Oh.
I hate how accurate that is.
All right, guys, it's been really fun. Thanks for having me. I gotta hop off.
Oh,
Have a
okay.
good one, Tuna.
Have a good night.
Take it easy.
See ya,
you guys
Tuna.
later.
Thank
See
you so
ya.
much. Arthur Morgan being based. Okay.
One.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Smack keeps on walking.
Smack upside the head.
Cancel culture in action. Paris 1793 decolorized.
Yeah, they canceled the people's lives.
Hollywood
Reign of
celebrities
Terror.
don't like you, Hawk, and you think I care what they say. Yeah.
That's the right attitude to have about it.
Yep.
Gorgeous Rex. Stores in poor neighborhoods have higher prices, but shoplifting is a victimless crime. Let's just blame racism.
Oof.
I love when I hear that shoplifting is a victimless crime because it gives away that the person saying it has never, ever had a position of any kind of authority in a retail environment.
Mm-hmm.
Shrink is a big issue. Okay?
like you wouldn't believe.
Loss and shrink in retail is a big issue. Because a lot of retail stores like run on a very thin profit margin.
Yep.
So the more shrink they have, the smaller that profit margin gets, and that causes problems. And especially if it's like a mom and pop retail store, you can wreck those people's business. It's not a victimless crime. Don't steal. Come on.
Yeah, in the case of the mom and pops, they pretty much be fucked.
Oh yeah.
Here is take responsibility for your whiteness, bitch.
For your what?
Aaron Paul believes in the dumb idea of white supremacy. I'm still going to quote Jesse Pinkman. Okay.
Oh yeah, wasn't he like the first person? What didn't he wasn't he the headliner in that video where they're like, I apologize?
What a cuck.
I know, it was pathetic.
Here is leftist logic. You cannot support someone who does and says bad things. Anyway, here's why I read Foucault.
Next one.
Aunt Jemima, cancel culture. Land Lakes butter, cancel culture. Cuties. Movie.
Aunt Jemima of all people.
The double standard of cancel culture is too high.
People complained enough until they got rid of Aunt Jemima.
Yep. And Land Lakes lady.
Yeah.
Actual black icon.
Cancelled. Oh my god, they canceled Pepe Le Pew, really?
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they
did.
Because he's misogynistic.
He's a sexual harasser. But they still, WB still put the Droogs into Space
Droogs
Jam
from a
too.
Clockwork Orange, yes.
Yeah.
The rape gang.
And murderers.
And Cuties is that Cuties? What is that? That's not Cuties.
It's a music festival thing where they basically did a lesbian scissor dance.
Oh.
Okay, so Xeon did nothing wrong. I'm just gonna say it right now. Xeon did nothing wrong. We deserve the colony drop. It's a Gundam reference.
Unga Bunga says, have unpathy.
Unpathy.
Yeah, that's a good word.
Unpathy.
I agree with not supporting people who do bad things. That's why my gulags are only filled with bad people.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Stalin.
Yeah. That certainly worked.
Thanks, Uncle Joe.
I am the voice of Speedy Gonzalez in the new Space Jam. Does this mean they are going to try to cancel Fluffy too? You can't catch me, cancel culture. I'm the fastest mouse in all of Mexico.
That was legitimately a pretty, he's like, yeah.
That's based.
It is indeed based.
What we got here. Speedy Gonzalez was banned by Cartoon Network for being an offensive stereotype, only to be returned after mass protest by the Hispanic American community.
Because literally everyone loves him over here.
Yes. Yeah. And by Mexicans as well, not just Mexican Americans. He was an extremely popular character in Mexico.
Yeah, I can definitely speak for some of us. It's like, we love him. We love Speedy.
I liked him growing up. He was fun.
Yeah.
Noralities canceling Roni Kenshin Readers Budapest 1956. Okay. Every time Cav hears ridiculous on the Smud... Yeah. That's never going to go away. Every time we use the word, it's like... Okay.
Unfortunately, dude.
I have an art degree, so I know how to draw gay kid porn. Here's the philosophy on the meaning of life. Yeah, that's something like that. She was reaching. The last 10 minutes were just rambling.
Christ.
I used to read Harry Potter a lot as a child. Anyways, I can't separate fiction from reality now. Seriously.
God. I love his caption at the top there, though.
I stand by my opinion that Harry Potter created a generation of retards that never grew up.
Absolutely.
Okay.
In a way.
There's no such thing as cancel culture, and if you disagree, we'll make sure you lose your job.
Oof.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly how it works.
Smudesis 1924-26. Smud rained down burning sulfur on the SJWs and communists. Thus he overthrew those cults and the entire internet, destroying all those living in the cults and also the arguments in the land. But in realities look back and she became a pillar of salt.
Oh, Mark, what did he do now?
Here we go. Stop posting about Dragon Maids. Here we go.
When an author is deliberately creating a work with malicious content or
Stop posting about him!
Kobayashi's Dragon Maid.
I'm tired of seeing it! Ah!
That was fatty rape. Holy crap.
Wow. Maybe she'll never do it again. She'll never talk about Dragon Maid because she hates it.
My ass.
A victim? I don't honestly think so. Here's my gay kid porn that I drew because I have an art degree.
Oh my god, it's full of
Hop on over to my Tumblr where I use my art degree to draw child porn. See, this is okay, because before it was annoying. Now it's the end of the video, so we could make jokes about it. Because before it was like every other joke.
Did you know?
Did you know?
It's just the hypocrisy is just too big.
It's too funny.
The Smudcast and Noralities get real. There's just a cat spinning on us. I don't know why I like that so much. It's just a cat on a skateboard. See, I'm stupid that way, but okay. Get real. Oh my god, what is happened to his face? Is that a mask?
I hope so.
I hope so, yeah, Jesus.
I honestly hope so, yeah.
Alex Hale, what is that? It's a bird, never seen one. Of course I did. I want to know how you want to kill goblins with a bird. I didn't, but now I do.
Oh god.
You missed, of course. Of course I did. I want to know how you want to kill goblins with a bird.
I said that.
I hadn't heard it. I didn't hear.
I said it very quickly. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Okay, my bad.
Get fake. It's a panda?
I think it's a States Road thing or something. It looks.
Hey, the next meme.
The next meme is God here.
Gorgeous Rex, sharing a cold one after watching Seikon no Quake. Oh my god, what?
Whoa!
Look, I'm down if you guys are.
This is an even deeper meme if it's intentional, because Noelle recently had a clip where she talked about her breast milk. So this is a deep meme.
Oh god.
No.
I approve.
Of course you do.
Alex Halo, we have I don't know a wolf?
Reincarnated as a slime.
Oh yeah? No, that's my kind of dog.
Yeah, that's the slime anime in the beginning.
Oh, because they first kill the goblins and they start naming them, I think?
Yeah, the wolves attack the goblins, and then he kills the leader of the wolves, and then he subjugates both of them.
Yeah.
And then he has the goblins and the wolves.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A harem of beautiful anime waifus, most of whom are clearly interested in you. Slaying goblins.
Hardcore metal music.
Much more important.
Yeah, that's the only one they fear is you starts playing.
Goblin Slayer, there are too many us. What are we going to do?
Die.
What does he pull out? A bone?
Like
What
the
is
Lear Club.
What about the Slayer attack on the goblin?
He kills. Yeah,
the dog.
He like rips like a bone chair or something apart and kills the babies with the bones.
Oh. Heads up, I legit cannot actually show anything from Goblin Slayer. It's a real bad, y'all. Me a grammar Nazi. It's really bad, y'all. What?
The doggo agrees.
I think that meme is broken.
I don't. It's literally you copied and pasted. Anyway. Okay, repost Randy. Here we go.
But listen, you're watching too much lowly hentai. And, I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather you do meth at this point. You know what I'm saying?
What? Thank you.
Why not do both? Why not do both?
Why not both?
This cat, that's so cute.
Yes, look at this. She's recharging.
She's got her tail. That's funny. Death has 1,000 faces. Cancel culture has only one.
I'm so surprised that all her avatars, all the cartoon characters she uses for a video, they all look psychotic.
They look like they have no soul in their eyes.
I was about to say they look like Chucky.
Also around the eyes.
Didn't we have a meme yesterday where someone compared it to Chucky?
It was just her, and then the next picture was Chucky. Yeah.
Want to play hide and soul.
I am so tired of people desperately arguing about things they know nothing about. Look in a mirror, honey. Ryuka's like, no. I served the Soviet Union. Oh my god.
It's a good joke. Noralities fighting bears.
I'd pay to see that happen.
Damon, what are you doing with bears? I don't know.
Oh no, a clip from a new video, I guess.
Here's Methralities.
But listen, you're watching too much lowly hentai, and I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather you do meth at this point. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Life is complicated. I fucking hate white cis het males. Anyways, I fucking.
This next one's great.
Berserk, Corpse Party, Goblin Slayer, people with a weak heart. Yeah.
Figures.
Corpse Party.
Corpse Party was just. It was just edgy. That's all it was.
Yeah, Corpse Party. I read part of it. I'm like, this isn't scary. It's just kind of nasty for the sake of being nasty.
Corpse Party has the gore is so bad it becomes funny. There's like a point where someone like just stands there and like his guts fall out and he's still living. Like he stands there like nothing. It's really stupid.
In the anime, like he gets a hand pushed over the back of his head through his mouth. It looks like shit out of like a friggin' slasher movie from the 80s.
Yeah.
So here we have Life is Hate, Life is Fucking, and just life.
What the fuck?
What was that?
What was
that?
Was that chainsaw?
That sounded like a dinosaur. Or something.
I hope that was not your intestines.
No. What the
Holy crap. Anyway, Japan, good. Oh, you're pulling the mask off Japan. It's actually America.
Yes.
All right.
Because it's made for white men.
Everything.
That's it? Just fucking?
Fucking.
White.
Or fucking,
White. It's basically the same picture. Okay. Oh my god. The Noralities that failed their art degree, Berlin, 1939.
Okay.
Oof. It's like the Mirror universe. It's where Hitler got his art degree and Noralities didn't get it.
Coming soon on Marvel's What If.
I would not be surprised.
Oh my god.
It'd be a friggin' improvement.
Here's the one comment she liked, or didn't like rather. This is why women shouldn't be anime YouTubers.
Yes, basically.
Unironic shout out to that one guy.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, dude.
Activities for children. Let's summon Movie Bob.
How about we don't?
That would be a bunch of burritos and hot pockets.
That's one demon you don't want to summon.
Is that his snack in the middle there?
That's the normal sized meal or whatever.
So here's Kana, and she's eating everything as always, or anything for that matter. And the person who likes her.
And then blow it.
You know, the funny thing is, I can relate to the girl on the left just because she is adorable, and if you were that attached to something like that, you'd probably freak out too. The nut yeah, okay. Gorgeous Rex. The N-word.
HP Lovecraft N-word.
Oh boy. I don't like goblins.
Sean.
I don't like goblins.
Stop it! Stop!
I don't like goblins. Ew, I like them.
I don't like them. Stop it! Stop!
I exist in order to kill rapists. You think feminists would like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
You would think.
And here's Mateus, and there she is, the legend.
Eating bugs.
Well, just eating about everything, really. So she's adorable. She's the dragon garbage machine.
Nom.
All right, I think that's it. Yeah, we're done. Okay, fantastic.
That's finally it.
All right, guys. Good stuff. We're done for hopefully another month of Noralities until she does another stupid asinine thing. Which
about Dragon Maid.
Knowing her, it won't,
Finally, the
take
trilogy is over.
Wait a minute, there's another one
there's
just now.
Plenty of anime. No, we're done. There's plenty of anime for her to bitch about, and through her political lens, I'm sure. So, anyway, guys, thank you so much for sticking out another 4 hours. Woo, fun times. So,
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no,
That
it was a full house.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
take it easy, have a drink, get a nap, get a 8-hour break, whatever you call your sleep time. Man,
I just bought a big old bag of cherries. I think I'm gonna go dive into those.
Good stuff. I had some last week.
Get your hard Canadian water.
Hard. It's just straight from the tap, my friend. It's
and crack open the cold breast milk with the boys.
Oh yeah.
Rakatoa.
The magical breast milk. All right, folks, keep the suggestions coming. The suggestions channel of the Smudcast. This is going to be another week where we slowly count down to Renegade Cut. So keep that in mind for Friday.
Oh no!
And if you guys have, if you guys have recommendations, like say we want another repeating YouTuber, which is above and beyond the level of content as well as the level of crazy that you want to add to our monthly schedule, that's a possibility, but that will take some time to figure out. So keep them coming. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you guys soon. Have yourself a great evening, and bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.